Chapter 16, Questions and Answers. Icy hands tightened around his throat. Sirius had no choice but to transform back so that he'd be able to use his own hands and try to get the wretched thing off. He couldn't. It was too strong, and that foul brew of Voldemort's was hardly a pepper-up potion. His vision was already flickering. It was only a matter of time before he was unconscious. His eyes flicked to his godson. Harry had latched onto the Inferius ankle and was trying to pull it off. It wasn't working terribly well, but it was a nice sentiment. Have to get him out, he thought, glancing at Harry again as he tried to pry the Inferius off. Creature, he managed to gasp. There was a pause, and then the archway flared silver. Creature stumbled through, clutching his arm, and his bulbous eyes locked with Sirius. Help! Sirius wheezed. Creature lifted his hands and the world caught fire. The Inferius holding Sirius screeched and loosened its hold. Get Harry, Creature! Get Harry home! Get him! It was then that Creature's fire, which had been burning steadily, exploded. Sirius was immediately thankful that he had put fire-freezing charms on Harry and himself. If he hadn't, they'd both certainly be dead by now. Sirius saw Harry flung away, and then he too was soaring. He landed in the lake and lay stunned for a moment, but he didn't stick around. The Inferi were stumbling blindly, shrieking in pain as they tried to get back to the water, and he knew from Auror training to take every advantage he was given, even if moving was the last thing he felt like. He saw Harry and Creature vanish, but everything else was so loud he hardly heard it. He snatched his wand off of the ground, ran for the archway. He stumbled a few times and was sorely tempted to just stay there and let death claim him. Then, he had shook his head and forced himself up again. He wiped his cheek on the stone. He had a nasty cut there, and bolted through the second it cleared. He tried to disapparate, couldn't, and so he walked reluctantly into the pool, took a deep breath and dove under. The water was freezing, and Harry's rucksack, light as it was with only chocolate and empty containers, was doing its best to weigh him down. He was cold, sore, out of breath, and had swallowed a hell of a lot of sea water when he clambered out onto a rocky outcrop. He couldn't move, couldn't stand. He was violently sick, and that, if it was possible, made him feel even worse. The last thing he felt like doing was apparating, but he knew Harry would be worrying and would probably do something stupid, like go back to the cave if Sirius didn't get home. Sirius pushed himself up onto his hands and knees and did an awkward little twist, unable to even stand before he disapparated. He ended up in a hallway that vaguely resembled his own and sighed, relieved, tucking his wand back into his pocket. He heard footsteps running toward him and managed a smile. Harry was safe. Then, he passed out. Your name is Harry James Potter, is that correct? Yes, Harry said, though he did wonder what would have happened if he said no. You're 9 years old. As of 3 weeks ago. You grew up with your Muggle relatives in Little Whinging. Yes, Harry said again. And you were kidnapped earlier this year by Sirius Black. No, Harry said. Liar, Umbridge said, her eyes bulging. You have been living with Black. I never said I hadn't, Harry answered coolly. I just said I wasn't kidnapped. How would you explain what happened to you, Mr. Potter? Bones asked after silencing her colleague with a glare. He offered me a different home and I agreed, Harry said, all too aware of Dumbledore's piercing eyes resting on his face. Why did you agree? Bones pressed, her quill scribbling furiously. Because he's my godfather and I wanted to.
He didn't threaten you or your family in any way. You mean the Dursleys? They were really the ones threatening him. And how do you explain your condition, Mr. Potter? What condition? When Mr. Lupin brought you here a week ago, you were in rather poor health,
Bones said, picking at her robes.
Are you aware you had strangle marks on your neck, and extensive bruising on your back?
Harry almost laughed. Almost.
Yeah, I am,
he said.
Why? Did your godfather give you those? Of course not.
Harry growled.
How about the handprints on your arms? No. So you don't know how you got them?
Umbridge asked disbelievingly.
No, I do. Do share,
Bones said.
No, thanks. If you're being abused,
Umbridge began,
then I'm not,
Harry said, cutting her off.
What's the next question?
There was a pause and Harry wondered if they'd let him off without an explanation.
Can you explain the dreams you have?
Harry stifled a groan. That was an even worse question.
Your healer tells us you're a fitful sleeper and that you say things.
Harry's stomach had taken up residence in his feet. What had he said? He swallowed his fear, however, and merely shrugged.
Do I?
He asked.
Yes,
Umbridge said.
And set things on fire. That's odd,
Harry said flatly. No one pressed the issue. He wiped his sweaty palms on the bed sheets.
Where have you been living?
The minster asked, excited. There was a collective intake of breath from all of the adults as they waited for his answer.
I can't tell you.
Fudge swelled but was silenced by one of Umbridge's hands on his arm.
You can trust us,
she said, with a smile that Harry saw as predatory.
We want to help you, Mr. Potter, but we can't do that unless you trust us.
Harry met her eyes, unafraid, and was pleased to see her recoil slightly.
Come now, Harry,
Fudge said with a false laugh.
We're on your side, the good side. All we want is for you to be safe and sound and to have Black back where he belongs. Where's that?
Harry asked.
Azkaban, of course,
Fudge said, looking a little flustered.
Then I'm afraid our definitions of where P. Sirius belongs differ, Minster. He's a criminal.
Umbridge snapped.
A danger to the wizarding world and to you. Where is he hiding?
Oh, yes, awfully dangerous. The man only tackled an inferius for me.
I can't tell you,
Harry said, unable to decide if he was having fun, or if he was terrified.
Are you aware that by not telling us, you're breaching wizarding law?
Bones said sternly.
Yes,
Harry replied, crossing his arms defiantly. Everyone was quiet and then Dumbledore spoke, changing tact.
Are you aware that your godfather has done terrible things, Harry? I know you think he has.
Harry knew he was pushing it, but he wasn't about to tell them everything, and he certainly wasn't going to lie down and let them bully him into telling them. Dumbledore opened his mouth and then closed it.
Madam Bones, Madam Umbridge, Headmaster,
Fudge said, standing.
I would like to speak with you outside.
Harry watched as the four of them left the room, and as Fudge dismissed the Aurors on guard. I don't like this at all, he thought, as the door clicked shut. He stayed in his bed, trying not to worry until he heard shouting from outside. Quickly, he peeled back his covers and crept to the door, pressing his ear against the crack at the bottom. Fudge was talking.
But that's just it, Dumbledore. He's a child. He won't be able to defend against it. He's a child.
Dumbledore thundered.
Cornelius, as minister, you have a moral duty to. Hem. Dolores.
Dumbledore asked politely.
It's not illegal,
Umbridge's voice said primly. Harry had to strain his ears to hear her.
No, it's not, but it's frowned upon, Minster,
Bones said, sounding upset.
No one needs to know,
Fudge said earnestly.
He won't be hurt, he won't know what's happening and we'll have Black. Surely that's worth it, Dumbledore. The boy will think he's betrayed his godfather,
Dumbledore said quietly.
Let him,
Umbridge said.
It's for the best. He seems to genuinely care for Black,
Bones said softly.
He'd be crushed. It's for the best,
Fudge insisted.
The boy is clearly misinformed about Black's past, or he would have been itching to tell us everything. There are no long-term effects,
Umbridge said.
No physical ones, perhaps,
Dumbledore said.
But mentally? The mind of a child is a fragile thing. There are reasons, there are laws against teaching children occlumency and administering anything more than a brush of legilimency. It's Veritaserum, not legilimency.
Harry didn't know what either of those things were, but neither sounded as if they'd be good for him.
And we'll feed it to him, not simply go charging into his head. It takes away Harry's free will,
Bones said.
His free will is uncooperative. What choice do we have? We can't afford to have Black on the loose, Dumbledore. He's a danger. This is the closest we've come to a lead on Black since the Lupin fiasco in May. You can't just expect me to leave it. I'd be sacked. You could be sacked for using Veritaserum on a minor,
Dumbledore said quietly.
It's a chance I'll have to take,
Fudge said. There was silence and then,
come now, Dumbledore. I don't like the idea.
Could have fooled me, Harry thought darkly.
But I don't have a choice. We always have choices, Cornelius.
But Fudge had won. Harry was sure of it. Harry scrambled back into bed as the voices in the corridor died down. His eyes darted all over the room, but it was futile. There was no way to escape, there were no windows, no holes or vents in the ceiling or walls, and the only door other than the one that Harry had been listening at was the one into his bathroom. Short of flushing himself down the toilet, he didn't have anywhere to go. Panic bubbled away inside him as he waited. He had a few stressful minutes to ponder what he was going to do before Dumbledore, Bones, Fudge and Umbridge returned. The last was holding a tea tray.
Ah, good,
Fudge said.
You're still here. Where else would I be?
Harry asked, glaring mistrustfully at him. At least Dumbledore and Bones had tried to defend him. Fudge looked stumped and Harry swore Dumbledore's beard twitched. No one spoke, but Umbridge busied herself fussing with the tea, no doubt adding the Veritaserum, whatever that was, and Bones picked lint off her robes. Harry watched Umbridge, trying to stay calm, but inside, he was screaming. His eyes kept flicking to the door, but he doubted he could get there before one of the four stopped him. And it probably wouldn't go down terribly well. A small, irrational part of his mind kept praying that Padfoot would come and save him, but that wasn't likely. Padfoot might not even be home, he's there. He has to be. And I have to be there too.
Tea's ready,
Umbridge said perkily. I'll bet it is, Harry thought, glaring at her. One of the teacups shattered. She screamed, and the other three jumped, startled. That was me, Harry realized. He tried to make another one break but couldn't. Umbridge mopped herself up and plastered her smile back on.
I do hope you're thirsty, Mr. Potter.
Not really, Harry said, trying to be nonchalant. Whatever was in there would make him betray Padfoot. He wasn't even going to smell it. There was a knock on the door outside.
Professor Dumbledore? Harry.
It was Remus. He was wearing different robes than before.
Is everything all right in there?
No. Harry shouted mentally. It bloody well isn't. The door opened and Remus walked in, looking worried. If Harry wasn't used to living with Padfoot, he probably would have missed the near-silent sniffing noises Remus was making. He's a wolf animagus, Harry remembered. So he can smell how I'm feeling.
Sorry,
he said, spotting Harry's guests.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
He gave Harry a questioning look and Harry, for only a second, let his fear show on his face, and let his eyes flick toward the tea tray. Remus frowned and looked back to Dumbledore.
I just...
Dumbledore seemed to understand that he had smelled something too, though how, Harry didn't know. Padfoot had said no one knew about their animagus forms.
It's quite all right, Remus, he said. We were just about to have tea, if you would care to join us. You know Amelia and Cornelius, I believe.
Remus nodded.
This is Madame Dolores Umbridge from the Department of Management and Control of Magical Children. Dolores, this is Remus Lupin.
Umbridge stiffened and looked at Dumbledore as if he was mad. And then she looked at Remus, seeming revolted and afraid all at once.
A pleasure,
Remus said curtly.
Indeed. Tea, Mr. Potter.
Umbridge said, holding a cup out toward him.
No, thank you,
Harry said, noticing Remus was staring at the teacup. He must have smelled it as it went past him. He looked up at Harry, a little concerned.
Perhaps something else, then? You must be thirsty. No, Come now, Mr. Potter. Pick something.
Harry knew it was only a matter of time before they forced him to drink it.
Well, the tea's already made, I suppose. It is indeed,
Umbridge said brightly, passing him the cup. He managed to take it with steady hands, but only just.
Drink up.
Harry shifted in his bed, bringing his blanket-covered knees up between him and the others. He pretended to take a sip and then set the cup down in his lap.
Good, isn't it?
Fudge asked. Harry nodded.
Drink it before it gets cold.
Harry took another pretend sip, but this time he couldn't stop his hands from shaking and slopped some of the tea onto his sheets. The white material quickly turned a pale brown.
Careful!
Umbridge squawked. Harry took another sip, and this time, instead of spilling the tea, he dabbed a corner of the sheet in. It's absorbed more tea. Harry quickly folded it to hide the mess.
Are you sure there's not anything you can tell us about your godfather?
Bones asked gently.
Positive,
Harry muttered, dipping another section of the sheet into the tea.
Are you drinking?
Fudge asked, looking concerned. Harry showed him the almost empty teacup.
Good, good. Where have you been living? It's a secret,
Harry said. He took another pretend sip and then set the cup down on the table beside his bed.
I'm the Minister for Magic, Harry,
Fudge said, brightly.
If you can't trust me, who can you trust?
Harry didn't miss the little frown on Dumbledore's wizened face.
I don't know, sir,
he said. The adults exchanged glances.
Well?
Fudge asked. He was twirling his bowler hat in his hands.
Where is Black hiding?
Harry thought, very quickly, and made a decision.
Do you know what a Fidelius charm is, Minister?
He asked quietly. Everyone seemed to slump. Harry felt a little thrill. They had, of course, assumed that Padfoot was the secret keeper. They'd be more determined than ever to find him now, but they wouldn't find him unless Harry told them where to look.
Yes, I'm familiar with it,
Fudge sighed.
Amelia, would you? Scrimgeour.
Fudge inclined his head.
Of course, Minister, I'll inform him at once. It was a pleasure to meet you, Harry.
She nodded at the others and strode out.
Who's Scrimgeour?
Harry asked.
Is he here in London, Harry?
Fudge pressed.
Can you tell us that?
Harry opened his mouth and then closed it again. He didn't want to tell them too much.
I can't say,
he said after a moment.
Do you go to Diagon Alley often? Not really. I've been 3 times. How long did it take you to get there?
Harry shrugged.
It was different each time.
And it had been. The first was from the Dursleys, the second was from Grimmauld, but Padfoot had apparated them, and the third time had been through the Flow network. Fudge's face fell, but not for long.
Can you describe the house?
Harry shook his head.
Is it in a Muggle neighborhood?
Umbridge asked.
Yeah,
Harry said cautiously. Fudge looked ready to burst with excitement.
What's nearby? Any distinctive buildings or landmarks? There's a bus stop,
Harry lied.
And a big tree. What kind of tree? I don't know. Does Black ever meet with anyone? Any of the Death Eaters?
Harry rolled his eyes.
No. Does he write many letters? No. Do you know anything that might help us catch him? No. Do you want Sirius caught, Harry?
Dumbledore asked softly.
No,
Harry said.
Well,
Umbridge said.
Admirable as your loyalty is, you might want to think about the fact that he doesn't seem to mind that you've been caught, Mr. Potter. Would he protect you just as well if the situations were reversed, do you think?
Yes, Harry said without hesitation. She looked irritated.
I think we're done here. Minister. Yes, I think so. Thank you, Harry. Dumbledore, you'll stay with him?
Fudge asked.
I'm afraid I'm needed at the school,
Dumbledore said, standing.
Term starts next week, after all. Remus, could you? Of course, sir,
Remus said.
I'll stay with Harry, Minister.
Umbridge didn't look happy about that at all, but Harry didn't much care what she thought.
Very well,
Fudge said. He put his bowler hat back on top of his head.
I'll walk you out. Dolores, are you heading back to the Ministry? No, Minister,
Umbridge said.
But I could use a walk. We'll be off then,
Dumbledore said cheerfully.
It was wonderful to meet you, Harry. You too, sir,
Harry said, smiling at Dumbledore, whom he had decided he liked.
"I'll be in tomorrow, I think."
Harry nodded. Fudge offered Harry his hand. Harry shook it cautiously.
"Goodbye, Harry. Thank you for your cooperation today."
Harry nodded again, but it was a rather jerky motion. Fudge didn't seem to notice.
"I'll be back soon, Mr. Potter,"
was all Umbridge said. Harry, who remembered she worked with magical children, didn't like the sound of that at all.
"All right,"
he said.
"Bye."
Dumbledore swept out with Fudge just behind. Umbridge gave Remus one nasty look and flounced out after them. The door clicked shut. Remus, who had been sitting rather stiffly, relaxed, but only slightly.
"Were you telling the truth about Sirius and Peter, earlier?"
he asked, looking nervous.
"Yes."
Remus took a deep breath and a relieved smile spread across his face, followed almost immediately by a troubled, sympathetic look.
"It wasn't your fault, you know." "What?" "The tea. It made you say those things. You had no way of contract." "The tea didn't make me say anything,"
Harry said.
"I only pretended to drink." "You knew,"
he said, sounding shocked.
"I did wonder when I saw how worried you were, but when you accepted it and started to drink I thought you mustn't know after all. So you lied." "Lied?" "The potion, Verita Serum, it's called, is a truth serum. You'll tell anyone anything they ask."
Harry stared at the cup and fervently thanked Merlin and the Hogwarts founders that he hadn't consumed any.
"You could smell it, couldn't you?"
he asked.
"Verita Serum doesn't have a smell,"
Remus said quietly. Harry frowned at him. He smiled a little ruefully.
"It doesn't. That's what tipped me off. Even water has a smell, but Verita Serum smells like nothing."
Another question presented itself to him.
"Dumbledore knew you could smell it,"
he said, frowning.
"He did, yes,"
Remus said slowly.
"Why does Dumbledore know you're an animagus, but doesn't know about my dad, Padfoot or Pettigrew?" "What makes you think I'm an animagus?"
Remus asked, looking stunned.
"Padfoot told me,"
Harry said.
"Did he now?"
Remus muttered.
"Well,"
Harry asked,
"why does Dumbledore know?" "What makes you think he does?"
Harry gave him a flat stare. Remus smiled.
"You look an awful lot like James when you do that."
Harry grinned.
"And even more like him when you do that,"
Remus said, laughing.
"I'll bet you drive Padfoot up the walls." "You called him Padfoot,"
Harry said, instantly sidetracked. Remus looked stunned and then nodded.
I suppose I did." "So you believe me?"
He let out a noisy breath.
"I hope you realize that by telling me what you told me earlier, you forced me to rethink the past 8 years of my life."
Harry grimaced.
"But yes, I do. I've always somewhat questioned Sirius' ability to kill James and Lily, but I've never been able to find another explanation, any other way it could have happened." They hadn't even talked about swapping, though. Not to me, anyway.
His tone was slightly bitter.
"That's Padfoot's second biggest regret,"
Harry said quietly. Remus raised an eyebrow.
"The first is swapping secret keepers, obviously, but the second is not telling you straight away. Dad wanted to, but Mum wanted to do it in person. I think you were supposed to have lunch or dinner or something the next day, where they would have told you."
Harry realized he was babbling and clamped his mouth shut.
Dinner,
Remus whispered.
it was dinner.
He cleared his throat.
I have a question. Yeah. Well, they found Peter's finger.
Harry wrinkled his nose.
Padfoot thinks he cut it off after he blew up the street.
Remus closed his eyes and nodded.
And then he'd have escaped into the sewers, right? Yes, actually. And Sirius laughed. That's what the reports say. That he laughed.
Remus opened his eyes.
I think I'd laugh too if I was outsmarted by Peter.
He sighed.
Why didn't we see it before? He was a rat. Padfoot said something similar. I'll bet he did.
Remus sighed.
Harry, I don't believe he would have, but I have to ask. It wasn't Sirius who injured you, was it? No,
Harry said. Remus looked relieved, but not terribly surprised.
Why do people keep asking that? Will you tell me what it was that did hurt you? I don't think so, no,
Harry said. Remus frowned suddenly.
Where is Sirius?
He asked, and Harry knew he wasn't asking where they had been living, but rather why Sirius hadn't been the one to give Harry medical help or take him to the healers.
Why?
Harry asked defensively, fighting to keep a calm expression.
Because from the way you talk about him, and the way you defend him and the way you defended each other that day in London, I think it's reasonable to deduce you care about each other.
Harry nodded.
And from what I knew, or know, I suppose, of Sirius, he wouldn't leave you in the state you arrived at my cottage in unless he was incapable of doing something about it, or didn't know about it, and I highly doubt it was the latter.
Harry shrank into his pillows.
We were separated,
he said.
I'd worked out that much. What happened? I don't know if I'm allowed to say,
Harry said, fiddling with a loose thread on his pillowcase. Remus let out a gusty breath.
Is there any way you can contact him?
Creature, was Harry's first idea. He had considered calling the elf several times in the past week, but they'd be able to trace him to the Black family in Grimmauld Place through the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures.
Maybe.
Harry said.
Why?
Remus glanced at the door and lowered his voice.
Because, before we stage any sort of escape, I'd like to be certain he's where he should be. He will be. He is.
Harry said firmly.
And did you say escape?
Remus smiled half-heartedly.
It won't be easy to get you home,
he said in a whisper, glancing at the door again.
You're being watched like a snitch as it is, and the second we leave here, the trace will reactivate. You mean it's off? Places where a lot of magic is used, here, Hogwarts, Gringotts, the Ministry, Diagon Alley, tend to confuse the trace. There are wards that do the same thing.
Harry nodded, thinking of Grimmauld.
The streets of Muggle London, however. Right,
Harry said.
If we left from here, though, would we be able to get away without the trace? As long as any magic you used was performed inside this building, yes.
Remus made a face.
But the warding?
Harry smiled.
I think I know a way home,
he said.
Oh. I'd need a wand,
Harry added. Remus lifted an eyebrow.
To do what? I can't tell you,
Harry said.
Not yet, at least. Usually those words ended with me in detention,
Remus muttered, shaking his head.
The number of times James said them. So you think you can get out? If I have a wand.
Remus exhaled noisily.
If I gave you mine,
he said, pulling a slender beech wand from his shabby robes.
How would you get it back to me? Well.
Harry thought about that and had to admit he had no idea. Remus shook his head suddenly.
That isn't going to work. I didn't suggest anything. It wouldn't matter anyway. I can't give you my wand because the Aurors.
Remus jerked his head at the door.
Check everyone's wands on the way in and out. They'd know about it as soon as I tried to leave and I'd be dragged off to Azkaban, even if you somehow got free. Let's not do that, then,
Harry said, quickly.
Not unless you've got a spare that you can hide. No,
Remus said a little apologetically. They sat in silence and then Harry said,
Maybe you could go get my wand. You have, of course you do. Sirius never has cared much for tradition. You want me to get your wand? Well, I can't exactly fetch it, can I?
Harry asked with a grimace.
No,
Remus said wryly.
I suppose not. Where is it?
Where would Creature have put it after he took it from Harry?
I'm not completely sure. Helpful. It was confiscated,
Harry said defensively.
By Sirius. No. By our housekeeper. I always did say Sirius needed taking care of, but a housekeeper.
He chuckled once and then his expression turned remarkably serious.
Would I be right in assuming, then, that if your housekeeper took your wand, then it's somewhere in your house? Probably, yeah,
Harry said, wincing.
Ah.
That, Harry thought, summarized the situation quite nicely. Sirius' eyes flicked open and he became uncomfortably aware that he was not in his own bed, or in any of the beds in his house. His bed didn't have flowery pillows or embroidered sheets. His room didn't have cream and pink wallpaper. His room did, however, have moving photographs. So this is a magical home, at least. He reached for his wand but it wasn't in his pocket. Damn. He examined the photograph on the bedside table. It showed a boy, he looked about 10, and a woman, who Sirius guessed was his mother. Both had the same dark hair and eyes and the same cheeky smile. I know that smile, Sirius realized, but he couldn't think how. He climbed out of bed and stumbled over to the door, his muscles seizing painfully. He was out of breath by the time he got there and sank to his knees. The lethargy was like being in Azkaban again, and he hated it. He felt weak and he felt tired, and this was after copious amounts of chocolate, hot chocolate, and 7 years of practice against Dementors. He supposed there was a reason they'd outlawed the use of Dementor's draft, and why, when it had been used, prisoners had only been given a tiny mouthful. He called Voldemort every rude name he could think of and then pushed himself to his feet, using the doorknob for support. The moment his hand touched the knob, a high, ringing noise started. He heard quick, quiet footsteps and then a woman's voice said, "Get away from the door." Sirius forced his legs to obey and backed off a few steps.
"Not far enough,"
she snapped.
"Go and sit on the bed."
Sirius did what he was told, but it was a struggle. He heard a muttered spell and then the door clicked and swung open. A tall woman, she was only a few inches shorter than he was, stepped into the room. She had the same dark hair and eyes as the pair in the photograph. She resembled the woman from the photograph. She was, perhaps, prettier and her face was thinner, but she certainly wasn't smiling. Sirius eyed her wand, which was trained directly on his chest. Her hand didn't shake, even slightly. In her other hand, was Harry's rucksack.
"Hello,"
he said, though it came out as more of a croak, and fixed a weak smile on his face, though he looked and felt like a mess. His robes were torn and rumpled, his hair was matted and he stank of salt and fury. He was also exceptionally thirsty.
"I think this is yours,"
she said, tossing the rucksack at him. It was damp, inside and out, and the chocolate was waterlogged, but he shoved a row into his mouth anyway. It was salty.
"Thanks,"
he said, stuffing another chunk in. She didn't seem to know what to make of him.
"Your nephew?"
he asked, nodding at the photograph.
"No,"
she said stiffly. Sirius tried again.
Nice house you've got here."
She gave him a flat look. Sirius winced as something inside him twinged.
Do you kidnap people often?" "You're one to talk."
Sirius frowned. Does that mean she knows who I am? He wondered. It must, and that's why she's so wary. The woman came a few more steps into the room. Or not so wary. She pushed her fringe out of her face and folded her arms, waiting for him to say something.
"Where's Harry?"
she asked finally.
"Safe,"
Sirius said hoarsely. Or at least I hope so. Her brown eyes narrowed and slid over his bruised arm, the cut on his cheek, his general state of disarray, and came to rest on his neck, which he knew was bruised from being strangled.
"I know better than to trust your definition of safe,"
she said coolly.
"Clearly you know me so well,"
Sirius said, attempting to sound sarcastic, but it came out sounding rather pathetic.
"Better than most,"
she said, her eyes narrowing again.
Who are you?" "You don't recognize me?"
she asked, actually smiling now, but it was bitter.
"Sirius, I'm wounded."
So she wasn't bluffing, Sirius thought grimly, squinting at her. She did seem vaguely familiar, but then, so had her house when he apparated into it. He didn't even know how long ago that had been.
"You wouldn't happen to have water? A glass of water, would you?"
he asked hopefully. Her eyes narrowed again, but she waved her wand and conjured a glass. She filled it and passed it to him. Sirius practically inhaled it and looked up, eyes begging for more. She paused and then waved her wand again. He went through another 5 glasses before he was remotely sated and set it down on the bedside table.
"I'm afraid I've still got absolutely no idea who you are."
She shifted, looking a little smug and a little hurt. As she did, Sirius got a whiff of her. Her scent, too, was vaguely familiar, and he was more inclined to trust that than his eyes. He sniffed again, trying to be casual about it. His eyes widened.
Marlene."
Her eyes narrowed again, and Sirius knew he was right. Then his mouth fell open.
"Fuck."
His throat protested, but he was dead, so it didn't matter. He flopped back down onto the bed and stared at the ceiling.
"I never got out, did I?" "Excuse me. I'm dead, aren't I?"
She stared at him. "Oh, Harry, I hope you didn't see it. I hope you're safe. Godric, damn it. I promised everything would be all right.
Aren't I? No,
she said slowly.
Go get James. James. And Lily.
Sirius told her.
Oh, and regular. Regulus. Brother. My brother.
Sirius said impatiently. Comprehension dawned on her face for a moment, and then it was replaced by confusion as he kept rambling.
No one else. Lily, James, and regular wait. I'll do it.
He pulled his mirror out of his pocket with trembling fingers and said, James Potter. James' smiling face appeared and Marlene started.
Hey, I'm at Marl.
Sirius said, choking up a little. It was partially emotion and partially tiredness. James just smiled.
Sirius.
Marlene snarled.
You're not dead,
she said, sounding as if she wished otherwise. James still didn't seem able to talk to him, so he supposed it was possible. Sirius put his mirror down on the bedspread and turned to look at her.
Then why are you here? Because I live here, you get,
she said, annoyed.
But you died.
Almost, she whispered, then her voice hardened.
If you hadn't been so busy running around after Voldemort, perhaps you would know that. So you're alive.
She rolled her eyes.
And I'm alive. You were half dead when you showed up in my hallway,
she said curtly. Sirius stuffed his mirror back into his pocket.
I sort of hoped you would die on the first night, but you didn't.
First.
You've slept like the dead for 3 days, but I assure you, you're very much alive.
She fixed him with a speculative look.
For now.
Sirius didn't doubt that she was capable of killing him.
But Malfoy,
he said.
I was there, one of the first ones at your house. It was ruined.
He had never quite recovered from that day in August. She gave him a bitter smile.
Malfoy was there,
she agreed.
He decided to gloat for a bit, as he always does, and
She drew herself upright.
I was being tortured.
Without thinking, Sirius reached for her, but she flinched and retreated back toward the door.
I lost my short-term memory. I thought I was still at Hogwarts. In my 6th year, I think. I recall telling Malfoy I'd tell McGonagall and see to it that he got a detention. Then his house elf showed up and started prattling on about his son. He turned around to tell the thing to go away, and I grabbed my wand, threw myself out of the window and disapparated. Muggles found me near my parents' old house and took me to a Muggle hospital, but Muggle medicine was useless in letting me get my memory back. I probably blew the statute of secrecy about 40 times, calling everyone Muggles, saying I had missed Quidditch, asking for my wand. They confiscated it when I arrived. There was a television in my room, though, and when Lily and James were killed I saw it on the Muggle news, not properly of course, but I filled in the blanks, and I snapped out of it. I started to remember little things, but I knew I still needed help, so I stole my wand back and took myself to St. Mungo's. Dumbledore was notified and came to fill me in on what had happened in the months I had been in Muggle Hospital. I found out you were a traitor.
She spat the word.
That you had killed Peter and that Harry had been sent to live with Lily's awful sister. Remus came to visit me. He was distraught, not that you would care.
She sighed.
I was getting better. I was remembering things and I was going to help, going to testify against Death Eaters in all the trials, and then... Alice and Frank showed up in my ward. I couldn't handle it. I checked out as soon as the healers proclaimed me healthy and I moved in here. And you've been alone, all this time?
Sirius asked quietly. That wasn't the Marlene he knew at all. She had always loved to be around people.
I had a cat but it died last year,
she said shortly. Her face hadn't changed the entire time, her jaw had been set, her eyes not quite there. It was a look Sirius was very familiar with, after having spent years in Azkaban.
What? What did the world do to you, Marla?
He asked hoarsely. Her blank expression twisted into an angry one at the old nickname and her wand spat out a stream of pink and gold magic.
The world?
She asked, coldly furious.
The world did nothing to me, Sirius, it was you and your Death Eater pals.
Sirius wasn't sure what to say to that. He wasn't a Death Eater, but knowing Marlene, he'd be stunned or silenced before he could even get the words out. Instead, he just waited. This seemed to annoy her.
Are you just going to sit there?
She asked.
What else should I be doing?
Sirius asked, rubbing absently at a particularly painful bruise at his throat.
I'll talk. If you want me to. I don't want you to talk to me.
Liar, was all he managed to say as his head throbbed painfully.
Excuse me. You're excused, but you're still lying. If you didn't want to talk, you would have handed me straight to them, the Dementors, or killed me yourself. Are you complaining?
She asked.
Not at all. Just wondering. Am I allowed to talk to you or not?
Talking was the last thing he felt like doing, but if she was willing to listen, he didn't see that he had much choice. A wary expression crossed her face.
You have 2 minutes.
End of chapter. Chapter 17, Moony and Padfoot. Remus was very, very still.
You would trust me?
He asked, finally. He looked like he might cry. Harry nodded, praying he wouldn't regret this, praying Remus honestly believed him, instead of just saying he did. Remus wouldn't be able to tell anyone where Sirius was because of the Fidelius charm, but he could still overwhelm Padfoot and drag him out. Harry gestured for Remus to come closer. There was no way he would risk this being overheard, and breathed,
We've been living at number 12, Grimmauld Place.
Remus' eyes widened.
You're joking.
Harry shook his head.
And no one's thought to look there since before you were taken, because we all know how much he hated it.
Remus shook his head again.
I did consider, have you, your neighbor? Our neighbors?
Harry asked puzzled. I'm pretty sure Snape said something about that when he visited.
You don't know?
Remus asked.
Know what?
Harry asked.
About Marlene. She's dead,
Harry said.
She died in the war.
Remus shook his head, smiling but said no more on the topic.
Number 12,
he continued thoughtfully.
That explains the trace too. The Ministry wouldn't detect as much as a sneeze because that old place is so heavily warded. You've got no idea,
Harry muttered.
Unbelievable,
Remus said.
I'd been wondering how Sirius was getting by without magic. Turns out he hasn't been at all.
He smiled.
Thank you, Harry, for telling me. You won't say anything, will you?
Harry asked, nervous. He thought he trusted Remus, but it was still better that he didn't know about the Fidelius charm. Remus likely believed Harry had lied to Fudge when he mentioned it now that he knew Harry hadn't taken the Verita serum.
No,
Remus assured him.
Thanks.
Remus stood.
I'll go now. You might be home by tonight.
Harry couldn't stop the hopeful smile that plastered itself onto his face. Remus slipped his robes off and stuffed them into his pocket before he left the reception area so that when he left the hospital, he was wearing a faded pair of jeans. He really did need new ones, and a worn shirt. No one gave him a second glance as he walked, seemingly out of thin air, to join the sea of muggles. He ducked down a side alley beside a bookshop and, upon checking for any muggles, pulled his wand out and spun on the spot, focusing on the small park opposite number 12 where he, James and Peter had often met with Sirius during the holidays, and later, where they had come so Sirius could meet with Regulus. It looked just as he remembered it, a square of sparse grass surrounded by hedges and a rusty iron fence. He stepped out of a cluster of bushes, smoothed his robes and strode out and across the street. He could see number 12 but he had to fight to keep it in his sight. His eyes tried to wander to the houses either side. That wasn't a new security measure, Orion Black had put that up, along with several others in the summer after third year to try to stop James, Remus and Peter from visiting. Remus headed up the worn stone steps. The door was black with a snake knocker, but neither looked as grimy as the rest of the house. He thought the door had been repainted, and the knocker polished. Remus reached for the doorbell and thought better of it. He gave the door a push but it didn't budge. He tapped it once with his wand, muttering, "Alohomora." It swung open and Remus stepped into the black hallway. The door clicked shut behind him, making him jump. He summoned his Gryffindor courage and took a step forward. The floor creaked loudly. The entire hallway lit up. Remus jumped and looked around for Sirius, or perhaps the housekeeper Harry had mentioned, but neither were there. It must be charmed, he thought, glancing at the walls. The house didn't look quite as sinister in the warm orange light. The walls were green, not black, and the floor was no longer a bottomless pit, but dark floorboards. Remus took another tentative step forward. When nothing happened, he took another and tried to remember the layout. He still had no idea where he was going by the time he reached the bottom of a staircase. There was another staircase off to his left but that was heading down. Remus frowned.
"Up we go, then," he muttered.
The stairs didn't creak as he had half expected them to and it occurred to him that Sirius, and possibly Harry, had done quite a bit of work to make the house livable. The first floor was quiet, as was the second and the third. Remus was beginning to wonder whether he should have checked downstairs first when he reached the fourth floor and heard voices coming out of a slightly ajar door. He knocked quietly and pushed the door open.
"Harry!"
he heard someone say hoarsely. Sirius was struggling to get out of his bed, while an elderly house elf tried to push him back down. His hopeful, almost desperate expression faded when he saw Remus. The elf made a startled noise and stopped fighting Sirius. Instead, its bloodshot eyes narrowed and it took a step toward Remus, hands raised menacingly. Remus quickly threw his wand down and held his hands up so that Sirius could see they were empty. If Harry was wrong, and Sirius actually was a murderer, then this was the stupidest thing he had ever done.
"Creature,"
Sirius said, picking up his own wand. He trained it on Remus.
"I'm a little disappointed, Sirius,"
Remus said, trying to hide how nervous he was.
"No hug. Not even a handshake to greet your old friend."
Sirius' wand lowered a little, but not much.
Old friend?
He asked weakly, managing to stand this time, though he held the bedpost for support.
Last time we saw each other, you didn't want to be friends.
Remus frowned.
And, if memory serves, you greeted me in much the same way, with a wand. Hypocrisy has always been something of a problem of mine,
Remus admitted. Sirius smiled faintly and lowered his wand. His arm was shaking and he could hardly hold it still.
You look awful.
And he did. The Sirius he had seen in London a few months back hadn't looked like he had spent 7 years of his life in Azkaban. This one did. He was wearing rumpled, blood-stained, singed robes, he had a week's worth of beard and his hair was matted. He was also pale, sweaty, and his eyes were feverish. Remus also spotted bruises on his neck, like the ones Harry had had.
What happened to you? Nothing. I'm fine. Delusional,
the elf croaked. Sirius shot it a look.
Where's Harry? Is he all right?
Sirius tried to look around Remus and swayed on his feet. He had to sit down on the bed. Remus tried to take a step toward him, concerned, but the elf made an angry noise and wouldn't let him get any closer.
Harry's in St. Mungo's,
Remus said, backing away. Sirius lost what little color he had.
He's perfectly fine, though he wasn't when he arrived at my cottage.
Sirius' pinched expression eased somewhat.
Why did he send you? Who says he did? You would never have found me if he hadn't,
Sirius said, with certainty. Remus wondered at that, but all curiosity on the matter left his mind when Sirius picked up his own wand again. Remus glanced at his own discarded wand. He had no intention of using it, but he felt bare without it.
Why are you here? Have you come to arrest me? Put that down,
Remus said, nodding to Sirius' shaking hand. Sirius frowned at him and tried to steady his hand.
No, I haven't. What?
Sirius said, lowering his wand again.
I think Harry would be rather put out with me if I did.
A ghost of a smile flitted across Sirius' tired face.
He's a good kid. I know.
Sirius gave him a curious look and then shook his head.
I know you didn't want to hear it that day in London, but if you're willing to listen I'll tell you about Peter.
Remus asked. Sirius' mouth fell open.
You know.
That seemed to be too much for Sirius' already weak voice. He made a choking sound and cleared his throat several times. Finally, he looked back up at Remus, still seeming stunned.
Close your mouth, Sirius, you look like a Dementor.
Sirius' mouth snapped shut.
Harry,
he said after a moment.
Harry,
Remus agreed.
I can't believe you sat still long enough for him to explain,
Sirius said, chuckling. His laughs turned into coughs and he had to sit down again. Remus watched him, concerned, and this time the elf was so busy forcing a hot mug into Sirius' hands that Remus was able to approach the bed. When Sirius had finished whatever was in the cup and stopped coughing, Remus said,
Of course I listened. You didn't see his face, do you remember that look James used to get? I remember every look James used to get,
Sirius said softly. Remus smiled slightly.
The one where he had something important to say. Where his jaw set and he wasn't actually frowning but you just knew he felt like it. The very same,
Remus said.
When Harry does it, his eyes flash like lilies used to,
Sirius said.
I know,
Remus said.
So you believe us, me? Enough to come here and throw my wand away,
Remus said. Sirius gave him a shrewd look.
Do you actually believe me, or are you just hoping? I'm not used to anyone reading me so easily anymore,
Remus said, sitting down on the edge of Sirius' bed.
And a bit of both, I think. It certainly makes sense, Peter was always busy, or away, he never got hurt on missions. When do you think he turned? A year before? Maybe he never turned, and was always like that. I don't know. Does it matter? Not really,
Remus admitted.
I was just wondering. I hate him,
Sirius whispered. Any doubts Remus still had about whether Sirius' story was true or not evaporated with those 3 words, because in them was loathing, betrayal, and buried much, much deeper, pain. Emotion that deep couldn't be faked.
And I'm sorry. For what? For thinking you were the spy. For ever believing that you would do less for them than I would. For not telling you as soon as we made the swap.
Remus inclined his head.
I'm sorry too, for thinking so poorly of you. And I'm sorry I never visited you, or wrote.
He swallowed.
Even if you were guilty, I owed you that much. It's all right,
Sirius said.
Oh, just so you know.
He pulled back both of his sleeves, and though his forearms were bruised, he very obviously had not been marked. Remus pulled back his own sleeves to show his scarred arms. Sirius nodded and then winced. For a moment, Remus thought we was about to be sick, but he took a deep breath and accepted another drink from the elf.
I'm going to hate hot chocolate by the end of this,
Sirius muttered, staring at his cup with a wrinkled nose. Remus opened his mouth to ask what had happened to him again. It didn't look like any normal sickness, but he knew Sirius would just ignore the question.
Friends?
He asked instead, holding out his hand.
Brothers,
Sirius said, shaking Remus' hand. Suddenly, he looked uncertain.
If you still. Of course, Padfoot,
Remus said, rolling his eyes. He hugged Sirius, gently because of how frail he looked, and then pulled back.
You're not contagious, are you? Nah,
Sirius said.
It's just food poisoning.
He glanced at the elf.
I don't know how you did it. Creature is spending months recovering, though Creature is not experienced like Master Sirius, and Creature is not knowing to have chocolate. Months?
Sirius groaned.
I can't spend months in bed. You spent years in Azkaban,
Remus pointed out.
I paced,
Sirius sighed.
Drove everyone mad, matter. Still can't go without your daily walk.
Sirius shook his head.
I end up chewing the furniture.
It would take time, Remus knew, until things went back to the way they had been, but the ease with which they fell back into old patterns reassured him that the lack of James and Peter, and the 7, almost 8, years without contact had not ruined their friendship. The foundations were still there, corroded in places, but there. They could fix it. Sirius pulled a box of chocolate frogs off of his bedside table, unwrapped one and stuffed it in his mouth.
Chocolate's bad for dogs,
Remus said quietly. Sirius grinned.
I'm already sick.
He tossed a sweet at Remus, who caught it reflexively.
That and you have insides more stable than a cast iron cauldron, he muttered, unwrapping the frog. There is that,
Sirius agreed. He was quiet and then said,
So Harry's in St. Mungo's. Yes.
Remus glanced at his watch and swore.
He's probably wondering where I am. What ward in St. Mungo's?
Sirius asked casually.
Queen Mauve's pediatric ward on the 4th, I know that look,
Remus said warningly.
Sirius.
Sirius quickly assumed an innocent expression that would probably have fooled anyone else.
What? You can hardly stand,
Remus said. Sirius frowned.
I'll manage. Don't be thick,
Remus said bluntly.
I can't leave him there, Moony,
Sirius whispered.
I'm not asking you to. I can have him home tonight if you'll give me his wand. You'd help?
Sirius asked.
That's why I'm here. But the Ministry? I don't give a damn what the Ministry thinks. Dumbledore, though? Surely he's... Dumbledore wants what's best for Harry, and that's to have him happy and safe. The Ministry's had little luck finding him here, so Voldemort certainly won't be able to, if or when he returns, and from the way Harry's been snapping at anyone who insults you, I'd say he rather enjoys your company, so that covers the happy part. Now, his wand.
Before Sirius could say anything, the elf vanished. He reappeared only a second later, making Sirius wince again, cradling Harry's wand to his chest.
I'll look after it,
Remus promised. Creature passed it over and bowed slightly before retreating back behind Sirius. Remus tucked it into his pocket and retrieved his own from the floor.
I should go.
Sirius nodded.
Do you want me to see you out?
Remus rolled his eyes.
Stay in bed, Sirius. I'll be back in a while.
Remus left the room as Creature forced another mug of hot chocolate into Sirius' hands. I will get him to tell me what he and Harry were doing, he told himself. And then I'll see if I can do something for those bruises. Remus let himself out of the house and shut the door with a wave of his wand. He had a definite spring in his step as he set off to the right, past number 11, and realized he hadn't felt this cheerful in years. He disapparated at the end of the street and found himself in the same alley, by the bookstore, that he had left from. Remus patted his pockets to check he still had both wands, and then he approached the ugly dummy in the window of Purge and Douse Limited.
I'm here to visit Harry Potter.
The dummy nodded slightly and Remus strode through the glass into the St. Mungo's reception area, where he was immediately intercepted by Mad-Eye Moody.
Lupin,
the grizzled Auror said.
Mad-Eye,
Remus said, smiling as he passed over his wand. The Auror's scarred mouth twitched.
Here to see the boy? Yes, why? Some Ministry witch was talking to him earlier,
Mad-Eye said, passing the wand back.
Sounds like they're moving him in the morning.
Not if I have anything to do with it. Remus' eyebrows climbed.
Where? Back to the Muggles,
Mad-Eye said.
Apparently the kid wasn't too happy. The healers called Dumbledore in. He's with him now, asked me to send you up.
Remus said a quick goodbye and headed to the nearest lift. As he waited for it, he thought it probably would have been quicker to take the stairs. He turned away just as the doors opened. Rolling his eyes, he stepped inside and jabbed the button for the 4th floor. It stopped twice, once on the 1st floor and once on the 3rd to admit a healer in lime green robes and a witch in black. Remus nodded a hello to Mary MacDonald and her sister Susan, who usually treated him if he had a bad full moon, and then stepped out into the 4th floor corridor and took the first set of double doors on the left into another corridor, labeled Queen Mauve's Pediatric Ward. The walls were covered with unicorns and dragons, and painted pixies followed his progress down the hall, pulling funny faces. Remus knew it reasonably well. His mother had been a healer. She had quit after he was bitten, and was able to fix him from home most times, but occasionally she had brought him here. His room had been down the right side hall, which a sign proclaimed was for creature-induced injuries, while Harry was being kept in a room at the end of the general admissions corridor. After the Aurus had checked his wand, Remus stepped into the room and was met by a rather bizarre sight. The contents of Harry's dinner tray had been ignored and placed on his bedside table, while the tray itself rested on Harry's knees, between him and Dumbledore, and had a rather complex-looking card tower on it. The ends of Dumbledore's beard were blackened and Harry's nose was covered in soot. As Remus shut the door, the tower exploded and Harry burst out laughing.
"Was that you or me?"
Dumbledore asked.
I'm not sure,"
Harry said.
"Both take a bean then,"
Dumbledore said brightly. There was a rustle and then Harry put something in his mouth and made a face.
"Dirt,"
he said. Dumbledore was slower about choosing his.
"I do hope this is strawberry,"
he said.
"I myself happened across a vomit-flavored one in my youth and lost my liking for them."
There was a pause and then Dumbledore reached for a tissue and spat something into it.
"Now I remember why, raw meat." "Erg. My sentiments exactly, dear boy. You may start the next one."
Remus cleared his throat as Harry picked up a card. Both looked up rather guiltily, apparently noticing Remus for the first time.
"Ah, Remus!"
Dumbledore exclaimed.
"Bertie Bott's every flavor bean." "No, thank you,"
Remus said with a smile.
"I had an unfortunate experience with an earthworm-flavored one a few years back. Dudley made me eat a worm once,"
Harry said, pulling a face. Dumbledore watched him with interest, eyes twinkling. He shrugged.
"It wasn't as bad as you would think. Sirius could always eat anything too,"
Remus said, remembering to swap his smile for a grimace at the last moment. Something in Harry's eyes dimmed and for a moment his mind was obviously not in his little hospital room. Dumbledore glanced at Remus, worried, and Remus shrugged back.
"Yeah,"
Harry said with a fake laugh. He hastily placed a card down and said,
"Your turn, Professor."
Dumbledore added another card.
"This will have to be my last game, dear boy. Minerva was unhappy that I left at all."
"Sorry," Harry said.
"I don't mind in the least,"
Dumbledore assured him.
"Thank you, sir."
Dumbledore smiled to acknowledge the gratitude and then waved a hand at the foundations of their card tower.
"I believe it's your turn, Harry."
Harry nodded, his face scrunched up with concentration as he set a card atop Dumbledore's and waited for a few moments. They continued exchanging cards and the tower took shape again. Remus was struck by nostalgia, and remembered James and Sirius having regular games of exploding snap, or using the cards to build towers, and as they grew, models of the Shrieking Shack or Gringotts Bank. Somewhere at home he had a photograph of the small-scale Hogwarts they had built early in 7th year. Harry was the one who caused it to explode this time as he tried to balance a card atop another one. He let out a yelp as it combusted beneath his fingers and then picked a bean from the box Dumbledore offered. Harry surveyed the little green bean, and looking slightly more apprehensive than he had the time before, put it in his mouth. He relaxed a moment later and said, "Mint." Dumbledore smiled and swept the cards into a pile with a wave of his hand. He set the box of beans on top.
"You may keep these,"
he said kindly, passing them to Harry.
Like a present?"
Harry asked, staring at him, stunned.
Are you not accustomed to presents?
Dumbledore asked, frowning.
Padfoot's the only one who's ever,
he cut off, flushing. Remus curled his hands into fists and then shoved them in his pockets. Dumbledore's frown deepened.
I see. Perhaps I'll have a word with Petunia about that when we drop you home in the morning. No, please don't. Sir.
Harry seemed to think better of what he was about to say and closed his mouth.
We'll speak more in the morning,
Dumbledore said after a moment. He shook Harry's hand and said,
Remus, a quick word.
Remus followed the headmaster out of the hospital room, feeling as if he was 15 again and in trouble. Surely he doesn't know what I'm planning.
I trust Alastair found you. Yes, sir,
Remus said carefully.
He said Harry didn't take the news of moving terribly well. It is often hard to take news well when you're being shouted at,
Dumbledore sighed,
although that news would have been hard to hear regardless of who it came from. He's all right about it now. Perhaps not, but he's accepted it.
Remus didn't say anything.
I had hoped you might accompany us in the morning.
Dumbledore continued.
Me. Harry has come to trust you. He will be far more willing to participate if you are there. So you're using me to make him go along with it?
Remus asked.
I had merely hoped you would make what will be a difficult situation easier by providing a modicum of familiarity,
Dumbledore said gently. That made Remus feel a little better.
Difficult situation. Harry is fond of his godfather,
Dumbledore said, frowning slightly,
and not, if I am correct, of his aunt, uncle, and cousin. I got that impression too,
Remus said.
I also believe that the feeling is mutual and as such, I have not informed Petunia. You're just going to show up. I feel that might be best,
Dumbledore said unhappily.
I do not wish to believe the worst, but were I to give them warning, they may make excuses or simply not be home when we drop by. We cannot afford to take that chance because it may give Sirius an opportunity to take Harry back.
Privately, Remus didn't think Sirius was in any state to take anyone back, but he didn't say so.
I also intend to speak to Petunia about the possibility of you having Harry for weekends. That will be easier if you are present, I believe. Why now?
Remus asked, and he didn't have to fake his slightly bitter tone.
Because he has been exposed to our world,
Dumbledore said with a quiet sigh.
Admittedly rather sooner and rather more abruptly than I had hoped, but that cannot be changed. I do not think he would take it well if we were to tear all of that away in the space of a few hours. Probably not. Are you willing to take on the responsibility? Yes, sir,
Remus said.
Splendid,
Dumbledore said, beaming.
I'll see you tomorrow morning. What time? 9 will do,
Dumbledore told him. He set off down the corridor, his bright orange hat almost brushing the ceiling. Remus swallowed, feeling a little guilty for what he was about to do, and then pushed that down. If Dumbledore knew the truth, he wouldn't mind. Merlin, he'd probably help me. Remus laughed quietly. The Aurors on guard gave him odd looks, and stepped back into Harry's room, closing the door behind him.
Did you get it?
Harry asked excitedly. Remus pulled out the wand and passed it over.
Thanks.
Harry tucked it out of sight, under his pillow, and then glanced up at Remus apprehensively.
Did you? Was Padfoot home? He was.
Harry's face lit up with relief. Then he frowned slightly.
I was perfectly civil, Harry.
Remus added. Harry's expression cleared.
He's still at home, then. He's not really in any condition to be moving,
Remus said.
What's wrong with him?
Harry demanded, looking more like James in that moment than Remus had ever seen. Shh, Remus said, glancing at the door. Harry looked mortified by his mistake.
Sorry. Is he hurt? A few cuts and bruises,
Remus said. Harry's expression flickered.
He claims to have food poisoning as well, but that's probably from all the chocolate he seems to have been eaten, Harry.
Harry had gone very pale and worry was wafting off him in waves. Harry glanced at Remus.
You can smell it, can't you? How? You sniff,
Harry said.
I don't think you realize you do it, but you do. Most people don't notice. Most people don't live with dog men.
Remus smiled and, with the ease of experience, twisted the topic.
True. Speaking of dog men, yours is eager to see you.
Harry's face brightened again and the last of Remus' guilt for plotting to break him out faded. Anything that made a 9-year-old look that happy, and didn't involve explosives, couldn't be a bad thing.
You should go, then,
Harry said after a moment.
Oh?
Remus asked.
So they don't suspect you?
Remus smiled slightly.
I mean, if you leave and 5 minutes later I'm not here, it'll be pretty obvious what happened. If you go now, though, you can go home and be there when they start asking questions. And what do you suggest I answer with? You're the marauder,
Harry said, shrugging.
Padfoot says you can talk your way out of anything. Almost anything,
Remus said. Harry lifted an eyebrow.
James and Sirius were always been good at seeing through me.
Or smelling, more like, but I could usually do the same. Smelling lies generally required a conscious effort though, unless the person was a bad liar. The better they were, the harder it was to pick up on, which made it easy to miss what was actually being said. There was no point knowing someone was lying if one didn't know what they were lying about. As a result, Remus relied on his ears and eyes if he could.
I bet they were,
Harry said, with a small smile that made Remus wonder what story Sirius had told him. He didn't ask.
I suppose it's a good thing it's not either of them you've got to convince. A very good thing,
Remus agreed, smiling. He shifted in his chair.
Where will I meet you, then? Meet me. I told your godfather I'd bring you home,
Remus said, raising an eyebrow.
You don't expect me to leave you wandering around London on your own, do you? Hopefully I won't need to wander at all,
Harry said, rather ambiguously.
But all right. You're late,
Harry said, startling Remus. Remus, as planned, had gone home and stayed there for several hours after arranging to meet Harry at 9. It was probably only a few minutes past, but Harry had been dying to get inside and see his godfather. Remus said he had food poisoning. I'll bet my wand he's still sick from that awful potion. Harry thought, with an anxious glance toward number 12.
Dumbledore came to my cottage to tell me you had vanished,
Remus said.
No one saw or heard anything, apparently.
He added, looking a little impressed.
The hospital masked the trace and the wards erased the magic you left there. It's bad for the patients, apparently. Fudge was furious. And, all they found was a tea-stained sheet under the bed. Oh, that,
Harry said, shifting under Remus' scrutiny.
Yes, that. I wondered where you were putting it.
Harry quirked his lips but couldn't manage a proper smile now that they were so close to home and he didn't know what to expect of Padfoot. Remus had mentioned he was sick, but how badly?
Dumbledore found it funny, I think.
Guilt squirmed in his stomach.
He was at St. Mungo's again.
Yes, Remus said, making a face.
He doesn't seem able to stay at Hogwarts today, he's at the Ministry now, I think. Does he think you're at home?
Remus shook his head.
I told him I'd be patrolling London tonight.
He shook his head again and muttered,
I still can't believe I lied to him. Sorry,
Harry said.
It's my fault. I chose this willingly,
Remus said gently.
It's more that I can't believe he believed me. The only secret I've ever been able to keep from him is the Animagus secret, and that's not really mine. What do you mean?
Harry asked.
You're a wolf, aren't you? Well, yes. And Dumbledore knows,
Harry said, frowning.
So that doesn't make any sense.
Remus' expression closed over completely.
Sirius is probably worried sick,
he said, glancing at his watch. All thoughts of wolves and Dumbledore fled.
Ready?
Remus asked, noticing Harry's hopeful face. Harry walked beside Remus, hoping no one was looking, or, if they were, that they didn't notice he was wearing his hospital pajamas. He was just about to burst with, not excitement, he didn't think, but something. It seemed to take them forever to cross the road and walk up Grimald's front steps, but he didn't dare run in case anyone was watching. Remus reached into his pocket for his wand so that he could open the front door, but he was too slow and Harry's wand was already in his hand. He rapped it on the door like he had seen Padfoot do, feeling safe to use magic now that he was inside the Fidelius charm and protected by the house's wards. Nothing happened. Irritated, he tapped it again, and whether he had done it right that time or it was his desperation responding, the door swung open slowly. Harry gave it an impatient push and burst into the hallway so quickly the floorboard didn't have time to make its usual loud creak and merely chirped, though it went off again for Remus, who followed him in at a much more sedate pace. The lamps flared to life.
Can walk. I'm not crippled.
He heard Padfoot saying impatiently from somewhere down the hall. There was a pause and then,
Harry. Padfoot.
Harry shouted, running forward. There was a loud crash from down in the kitchen and loud footsteps, and then Harry collided with his godfather midway down the kitchen stairs.
Thank Merlin,
Padfoot said hoarsely, hugging him. He pulled back, looking Harry over for injuries, and seemed happy enough. Harry was doing the same and was not at all pleased with what he saw, or felt for that matter. Padfoot was much thinner than he had been a week ago.
What happened to you?
Harry asked, staring at his godfather's hollow cheeks, faded bruises and straggly beard. Padfoot laughed half-heartedly.
The undead. Except for this one.
He added, pointing to his cheek.
This one's from Marlene. I thought you said you didn't know the neighbors,
Remus said to Harry, approaching a little hesitantly.
She lives next door.
Harry asked. Padfoot grinned.
Is she in on this?
Remus gestured around the house,
too. I told her just about everything except the Animagus secret and where we've been living,
Padfoot said ruefully,
so I should think so. Once she cools down, at least. She was unhappy when I left.
He rubbed the bruise without seeming to think about it.
But she'll be fine in a week or two. And what in Godric's name do you mean the undead?
Remus asked suddenly.
It was a joke,
Padfoot said, not looking at Harry. Remus pursed his lips.
Serious Orion? Your middle name's Orion?
Harry asked.
Yes,
Padfoot said in a somewhat amused, somewhat exasperated tone.
And I expect you'll be hearing it a lot now that Mooney's around. Why? Do you say it often?
Harry asked Remus.
Only when I'm in trouble,
Padfoot muttered and then doubled over coughing. So yes, Harry thought.
Where's the nearest seat?
Remus asked.
Dunno. The kitchen, probably.
Harry said, nodding down the stairs.
Come on,
Remus said, maneuvering Harry out of the way so he could help a still coughing Padfoot. Harry trailed behind, worried. Creature was in the kitchen when they entered, riding a chair that Padfoot had obviously knocked over in his hurry to get to Harry and mopping what appeared to be spilled hot chocolate. The table was still covered in sweets from Padfoot and Harry's visit to Honeyduke's just over a week ago. Creature paused when they walked in, taking in Padfoot with an exasperated expression, Remus with a curious one and Harry with a smile. Harry smiled back and almost sat down in the chair next to the one Remus had just forced Padfoot into, but when he spotted the hot chocolate on the stove, headed there instead. He filled a cup and set it down in front of Padfoot, who scowled at him but drank.
Would you like one?
Harry asked Remus.
Yes, thank you,
Remus said. Harry filled 2 silver teacups and set one down in front of Remus and kept another for himself. Remus made a face at the teacup and made no move to take it. Padfoot chuckled quietly. Remus eyed the sweets on the table.
No wonder you're sick,
he said.
There is such a thing as too much sugar.
He eyed the cup in Padfoot's thin hands.
This is my first one since you left this afternoon,
Padfoot said, sipping at his drink.
Oh?
Remus asked, glancing at the sponge in Creature's hand.
I didn't even get a mouthful of that one,
Padfoot said. Remus sighed.
What's in your pocket, kiddo?
Harry looked down, remembering for the first time that his pajama pocket had the exploding snap set and Bertie Bott's beans from Dumbledore. He pulled them out and showed them to Padfoot, cheerfully explaining the rules of the game. Padfoot smiled.
We'll have to play sometime. I used to be quite the cartsman. That's not a word,
Remus said with a grin.
Find a better word to describe it, then,
Padfoot told him, grinning back.
Pyrotechnic,
Remus suggested. He reached for the teacup without seeming to think about it and then pulled back at the last second.
Git,
Padfoot said.
Mutt.
Padfoot's eyes narrowed.
So we're playing this game, are we?
Remus grinned.
No, let's not. You know I'd win,
Padfoot said happily.
Would not,
Remus said, amused.
He would,
Harry said a little apologetically.
He and his mother have had loads of practice since we moved in. I thought she was dead,
Padfoot said.
Yes, she is, thank Merlin. She's got a portrait though,
Padfoot said, glanced at Harry. Padfoot's eyes sometimes seemed a little empty, an after effect of Azkaban, Harry knew, but they seemed livelier than they had been in a while, despite his sickness, and that happiness looked like it might be there to stay.
A rather unhappy portrait, at the moment.
Harry grinned sheepishly.
Er?
Padfoot watched him expectantly.
After our creature and I got back and you weren't with us. Yeah.
He glanced at Remus, not sure how much to say in front of him.
Accidental?
Padfoot asked.
Dunno,
Harry admitted.
it wasn't deliberate, if that's what you mean. She can join creature in his cupboard. There was a permanent sticking charm on that. Not anymore,
Harry said with a shrug.
Keeping secrets, are we?
Remus asked, amused.
Maybe. If we're talking about secrets, though, what about you being a wolf?
Harry asked. Padfoot choked on nothing in particular. Remus glanced over at him and then back to Harry.
What about being a wolf, Harry?
He asked.
I'm not sure,
Harry admitted.
It's just strange. You changed the subject at St. Mungo's and again in the park.
Padfoot laughed into his silver teacup. Remus turned on him, exasperated.
I can't believe you didn't. Yes, but it's not mine to. I know,
Remus sighed.
Thank you, I suppose, but now.
Padfoot scowled.
He won't. He might. How would you know? How would you?
Remus countered.
Because I've been living with him. And neither James or Lily were bothered at all. I mean, if he was Snivella's spawn then maybe, but... I'm going to leave you to talk,
Harry decided, knowing when he was needed and when he wasn't.
Where are you going?
Padfoot asked, surprised. He was going to try to figure out what they were hiding with this wolf business.
I'm going to... clean my room.
He headed for the stairs and made it up about 2 when Padfoot and Remus both shouted, "No!" Padfoot's shout, admittedly, was weaker than Remus, but it still startled Harry.
What?
Padfoot looked mildly amused.
Whenever James was going to do something incredibly stupid or dangerous, more often than not we were with him,
he added, jerking his head at Remus.
He'd tell Charles and Doria. Your grandparents, Harry. He knows who his grandparents are, Mooney,
Padfoot said, rolling his eyes. Harry grinned.
Anyway, cleaning his room was always his excuse. Always,
Remus added, for effect.
You mean you don't trust me?
Harry asked, his lips twitching. Despite the time apart, Padfoot and Remus seemed to have fallen into the easy camaraderie that Padfoot had always described with a wistful tone.
Never trust a Potter who says he's going to clean his room,
Padfoot and Remus recited, before Padfoot said,
James was so tidy that he never had to clean anyway and you're so messy that you would never bother to clean. I really am going to clean my room,
Harry lied. Neither seemed to believe him.
If I hear one explosion, or one scream of pain,
Padfoot said warningly,
then your duty as godfather will be fulfilled and it'll be the proudest day of your life,
Remus told Padfoot, snorting. Padfoot opened his mouth and closed it again.
Point.
He turned back to Harry.
I don't know what you're planning, but please try not to make too much mess, because I'm in no state to clean.
He eyed Creature who was rummaging through the cupboards.
And be careful,
Remus added. Padfoot tried to conceal a laugh in a cough.
What?
Padfoot muttered something that made Remus scowl, but Harry didn't hear what it was.
You've been warned,
Padfoot called after Harry, who took the stairs, 2 at a time, laughing. Harry, now on the ground floor, hung around at the top of the staircase. Listening at doors or the tops of staircases was a rather unfortunate, incurable habit he had picked up at the Dursleys, but it had certainly come in useful lately.
"Your drink's going to go cold, Moony,"
Padfoot said.
"Oh, shut up,"
Remus laughed.
"If I didn't know better, I'd say it was a sabotage attempt. But you do." "Yes. Turns out your mother just had poor taste in tea sets." "My mother had poor taste in everything."
They both chuckled. Padfoot's turned into coughs, and Harry, who had no idea what they were prattling on about, shrugged and continued on his way upstairs. End of chapter. Chapter 18, The Aftermath. She had known he had escaped from Azkaban. Mad-Eye and then Dumbledore had both visited in February and told her to keep an eye out in case he tried to visit the house he so despised. Until then, she hadn't known the significance of the house next door and had simply assumed the owners didn't get out much. Sort of like her. She was still furious about the fact that she had lived next to his childhood home, and no one had told her, though it explained why Lupin had looked so grim when he dropped by every now and then. She had kept a vigilant watch on number 12 all day Tuesday, the day of the kidnapping, she had later learned, except for an hour at night, when she had gone to visit Alice, Frank, and Mary, and then kept her vigil all day Wednesday and even into Thursday in case he dropped by. On Thursday night, Mary had quite calmly passed her the paper, where she read that he had taken Harry and her fragile world had cracked even more, because she knew what that meant. It meant Harry was dead. And then he had told her otherwise. She had listened to his story, thrown him his wand and told him to get the hell out of her house if he liked his face the way it was. He had protested and she had punched him and he had got the point and left after that. She had gone and made herself a strong cup of tea, and managed to convince herself it never happened. That a half-dead Sirius Black hadn't actually apparated into her hallway on Sunday night, slept for 3 days and then woken to tell her a crazy story about Peter Pettigrew and the Potters. That had lasted for about a day, a beautiful denial that was shattered when she plucked up the courage to go back to the guest room for the first time since he had left, and found the bed slept in. She had spent 3 days reassessing her feelings. It wasn't fair, that after 8 years of loathing the man, of being convinced she was done with him, that all it had taken was an hour in his company for her to begin to revert to old patterns, being torn between whether to hex him into 1,000 pieces, or kiss him. It was for that reason she didn't dare trust a word he had said. She was always too forgiving where he was concerned, too soft, too weak to keep her own feelings out of it and make a decision with her head. She had wanted to believe him so badly that she almost had, until she had forced herself to reason it though, found proof that his story wasn't possible. Sirius had spoken as if Pettigrew was still alive, something that couldn't be true, because there was no way that a man could have escaped the street without being noticed, and Pettigrew had not been a small man. Nor did he strike her as a traitor, he had relied on the other marauders for protection too much to try to live without them. Sirius, though, had always been bold. Bold enough to try to lie to her when he was injured and at her mercy. Bold enough to swap sides, and clever enough that no one suspected him until it was too late. Clever enough to have resisted the Dementors and spent his time in prison plotting to escape and coming up with an almost believable explanation of his own innocence. Pettigrew's finger was a nice touch. It was something a traitor might do to fool everyone into thinking he was dead, while he went into hiding. But going into hiding wasn't possible because there had been no way for him to escape and nowhere or way for him to hide, given that his face had been on the front of the paper, along with the Potters and Sirius until mid-November. If Sirius had been able to explain that, she might have believed him. Luckily, he hadn't, and she had seen his story for the lie it was. She thoroughly regretted not killing him when she had had the chance. While he slept, she had convinced herself she couldn't kill him because she wanted answers. Then he had woken and it was her answering his questions instead, and she still hadn't killed him. He had made her feel so alive. Her heartbeat, usually a dull, necessary murmur in her chest, had been loud and irregular. Her mind, usually limited to thoughts like when she'd next see Alice, what she should eat for dinner and what room of the house had gone more than a few hours without rigorous cleaning, had been tested both by the previously forgotten spells she had used, and by Sirius himself, once he was awake. It had been terrifying. She had loved every moment. Her house, the sanctuary she had sought at the end of the war, had slowly, and without her knowing it, become her own personal prison. She had gone away to hide from the outside world because she couldn't bear to lose anyone else, not that she had many people to lose by that point, yet somehow, she had still managed. She had lost herself, and it was after seeing Sirius again that she had realized that, more than anything else, was why she had let him live. Oh, he had done awful things and she had killed him for them later, but he had given her her life back, so she had allowed him to keep his for the time being. In the past, the only people she had had any real contact with were those associated with Alice and Frank at St. Mungo's. Lupin didn't really count because she only saw him once or twice a year, and for the past year, her weekly visits had become monthly ones. The only other time she left the house was to buy food. That, she had decided, had to change. On the fourth day after Sirius had left, Marlene had resubscribed to the Daily Prophet. Hers had expired years ago and she hadn't bothered to renew it, so that she could watch for signs of Sirius. She had decided that she would be the one to catch him and then she would take him to Remus Lupin, and then they could kill him together. She had never been close to Lupin, but he had as much of a claim on Sirius' life as she did, and while she was no Hufflepuff, it was only fair. Her first edition of The Prophet in almost 4 years had been enlightening. Firstly, she had learned that Harry had been found, around the time that Sirius appeared in her house, which was interesting, that he had been taken to St. Mungo's and that he had escaped. She had also learned that there was an official search for Sirius and Harry, two actually, one run by the Ministry and one run by Lucius Malfoy, though both were about to merge into one. It wasn't even a choice, really, it was something she had decided the moment she found out Harry was alive, and back in the hands of his traitorous godfather, and simply needed to act on. So, on the 6th day after Sirius had left, Marlene gathered her newly returned Gryffindor courage and flew to Hogwarts to speak to the headmaster. To say he had been surprised to see her was an understatement. He had looked absolutely floored and then had beamed and told her everything she wanted to know. She had left shortly after, with a quick hello to her equally stunned head of house and a sobbing Hagrid, headed for the house of a man who she had never, ever thought she had willingly tracked down.
Marlene McKinnon. Your father and I are old acquaintances.
The boy exchanged a dubious glance with the rat on his shoulder and extended a small, pale hand.
Hydrus Malfoy,
he said.
This is Bosworth.
The rat squeaked as if in greeting.
A pleasure,
she said politely, nodding to both the boy and his pet.
Father didn't say he was expecting anyone today,
he added, giving her a suspicious look.
He said to leave him alone. He'll see me,
Marlene assured him. The boy looked a little surprised and then doubtful, and then he unlatched the gate. She let him lead her up to the house and inside, her in silence, compulsively gripping her wand, and him chattering to the rat about going flying.
Wait here,
the boy said. Marlene stood patiently, staring around the foyer with disgust because Lucius, and likely his wife, Narcissa, deserved little better than a dirty cell in Azkaban, yet they were living like wizarding royalty. It had taken her a while to reconcile with the idea of facing him again, for the first time since that horrible night in August 8 years ago. All the stress was worth it, however, to see Lucius balk at the sight of her waiting in his fancy hallway, and see his lips tighten as she patted his son on the head and thanked him for letting her inside. The boy had been so busy talking to his rat that he hadn't noticed her wand casually resting by his neck, though he had looked irritated that she had touched him, but Lucius certainly had. He had swallowed once and given her a nod that she took to mean warning received, before he spun and led her into his office.
"Nice house for a murderer," she commented. "The ministry has pardoned my actions during the war because I was not myself,"
Lucius said flatly.
"Funny what money's capable of, isn't it?"
Lucius didn't seem to think so.
"What can I do for you, McKinnon?"
he asked coolly. She twirled her wand between her fingers, a not-so-subtle warning, and said,
"You can give me a role in your search."
His pale eyebrows rose, as if he hadn't been expecting to hear that. She laughed, a sharp, cruel sound.
"You didn't honestly think I stopped by to say hello, did you? I can allocate you a position in the Muggle world,"
he said curtly, ignoring her last comment.
"You've worked with Lupin before, I believe."
There was no point in denying what he already knew, but she didn't like the fact that he was referring to the Order.
"I have," she said. "But I don't want a job searching Muggle London. I want a position in the wizarding world because that's where they'll be hiding."
Sirius wouldn't last long without magic, she knew.
"I'm afraid we don't have any positions available in that." "Rubbish," she snapped. "I've been reading the papers. I know your search makes room for whoever the Department of Magical Law Enforcement tells you to make room for. I'm here now, telling you to make room for me." "I was not aware you had a position in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement,"
Lucius said snidely. He fixed a rather scary-looking smile on his aristocratic face and shuffled a few pieces of parchment on his desk.
"Unfortunately, Ms. McKinnon, your demand will be ignored." "You can't do that,"
she said furiously.
"Oh, but I can. This is my search."
"You bigoted, egotistical arse," she thought, giving him her best glare. She was a little out of practice, having been alone for so long, but, while he didn't flinch, his smug look faded. She hid a small, victorious smile.
"We'll see about that."
She smiled politely, just to make him wonder what she was going to do next, and then stood.
"I'll see myself out,"
she told him. He nodded stiffly.
"Give my regards to your house elf, too," she added. "I'm rather fond of him, for obvious reasons."
She had the pleasure of seeing shock and anger cross Lucius' usually unreadable face, and then she walked out of the office and shut the door behind her with a sharp snap. Half an hour later, Marlene was sitting in Amelia Bone's office at the Ministry of Magic, being served a strong cup of tea.
"Sorry to arrive like this,"
Marlene said. Amelia had been on her way out of the office when she arrived.
"Dinner can wait. What can I do for you?"
Amelia asked briskly. She had been shocked and pleased to see Marlene. Usually they ran into each other at St. Mungo's and that was it. The last time they had spoken properly was in February about Sirius' escape, and before that they hadn't had a proper talk since she helped Marlene move into number 13. Marlene fought two equally strong desires and then said,
"Harry. You were there, the paper said you saw him." "Yes." "Can you tell me about him?"
Marlene asked in a small voice. Amelia's gave her an understanding smile.
"He has Lily's eyes and nose and her temper too, I think, but his was better controlled. Or maybe he was just scared. The rest of him is James. When I walked in and saw him. And his personality?"
Marlene asked. trying to build a picture of the boy in her mind. She had asked Dumbledore if she could raise him, but by the time she had been released from St. Mungo's, he was already settled in with Lily's sister and Dumbledore wouldn't be swayed. Given her lonely existence for the past 7 years, Dumbledore had probably been right to refuse her, but it was still strange to have no idea what the boy she had once considered raising even looked like.
It's hard to say,
Amelia said.
I wasn't there long and the circumstances were not ideal.
Her tone darkened significantly. Marlene opened her mouth to ask about it, but Amelia's jaw was set and Marlene decided not to bother. Ravenclaws could be just as stubborn as Gryffindors if they were so inclined, and at the moment, Amelia appeared to be.
Harry's not the only reason I came,
she admitted after a moment.
Of course he isn't,
Amelia said, not looking surprised at all.
What else can I help you with? I want a position in the DMLE,
Marlene said, fixing the other witch with a steady look.
Done,
Amelia said simply.
Just like that. Marlene, I've known you for years, both in the Order and out,
Amelia said, rolling her eyes.
Admittedly, I haven't seen much of you recently, but I'm sure you're still very capable and you did extremely well in your Northeast.
She hesitated and then added,
I'm just surprised you've gone this long without searching for a job. I inherited a lot,
Marlene mumbled.
I know that, but goodness, don't you get bored? What have you been doing all these years? Not a lot,
she admitted, her cheeks reddening.
Cleaning, mostly. Cleaning?
Amelia asked flatly. Marlene nodded.
You poor thing. Dumbledore told us all.
Us.
The ones that are left,
Amelia said, adding sugar to her teacup.
Oh. What did Dumbledore say? To give you time,
Amelia said, stirring her drink.
But goodness, if I'd known you had spent the last 8 years cleaning, I probably would have done something about it before now. It hasn't bothered me before now,
Marlene said, staring at her hands. Amelia gave her a doubtful look and then shook her head.
I'm glad you've finally seen sense, then. So am I. Now, we've got a position in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Do you remember Gideon and Fabian? Of course. Their sister's husband, Arthur Weasley, works there. Or there's always the Animagus Registration Department. Or maybe. I want to be a hit wizard,
Marlene said.
Or witch, I suppose.
Amelia stared at her.
You. Me,
Marlene said.
I want to be out there doing something, Amelia, not stamping parchment and sending owls. They only take the best,
Amelia said.
I know. Gryffindors,
Amelia sighed.
I can get you into the Aura training program. I said hit witch, not Aura. I can't just give you a position in the hit wizard training program,
Amelia said, rolling her eyes.
Poole would have my head. Poole. Co-leader of the office. Co-leader. Hit wizards lead dangerous lives,
Amelia said.
It's highly probable that they'll be hurt or killed, and after Caradoc Dearborn vanished, they opted to have numerous leaders. Currently, we have Thomas Poole, Victoria Knight, and Maurice Lloyd. They're all very capable, I assure you.
Marlene vaguely recognized the names, they had been a few years above her at Hogwarts.
I have no doubt,
she said. Lloyd had been a Gryffindor, and head boy, and the other two had been Ravenclaws, like Amelia.
So when do I start?
Marlene ducked as an owl flew in and dropped a roll of parchment on Amelia's desk.
The next program intake is in 4 days,
Amelia said absently, signing the parchment.
You're lucky, actually. It's the first intake for a few years. Hasn't there been interest?
Marlene asked, surprised.
The program only takes trainees every 3 years,
Amelia replied.
They made exceptions during the war, and then for a few years after to get numbers up again, but things are back to normal now.
She passed the parchment back to the owl, which hooted its thanks and flew out again, ruffling Marlene's hair.
How long will it take me to make it into the... Depends,
Amelia said, cutting her off.
On your progress.
Marlene nodded.
I suggest you go over your NEWT textbooks. Now, this tells you about the Aura training program and this one's about Hit Wizard training program.
Marlene accepted a pair of pamphlets, one maroon and the other dark green.
And this,
Amelia passed her a thin booklet.
Tells you about the jobs in general. Thank you.
Amelia took a sip of her tea.
Now, on the first day, be here at 7, ready to start at 8. The order changes each time, but you'll do a preliminary test to assess your character and then there's physical testing. You'll be required to sight along apparate with one of the auras 3 times in an hour over a variety of distances, hold a shield charm for 10 minutes and also complete whichever spells you're told to do.
She paused and took another sip of tea.
If you don't mind me asking, Marlene, why do you want to be a hit witch? It has a shorter training period,
Marlene said.
It's only a year, isn't it? It is. If you're looking for black, though. Who says I am?
Marlene demanded.
All I was going to say was that the aura pathway might be a better choice,
Amelia said gently.
Hit wizards will be called in to detain Black. Auras are involved in tracking him too. Oh.
Marlene stared at her tea.
Either way,
Amelia continued,
I would recommend you have a chat with Scrimgar and with Poole and decide which pathway you think is best. This is like my careers advice meeting with McGonagall,
Marlene said, smiling slightly.
I hope this one turns out better,
Amelia said, lifting an eyebrow.
I'd hate to see you go back to cleaning.
After Remus left the day before, Harry had told his godfather everything that happened in the cave. Padfoot's memory was sketchy, particularly on the contents of the note, and then spent the night in Padfoot's room, coaxing his godfather to tell him stories from their school days in the hope that he had let something about the wolf secret slip. Unfortunately, Padfoot either knew what Harry was trying to do and picked his words carefully, or was well used to keeping whatever it was hidden, and Harry learned nothing about Remus. Harry had woken early the next morning, sweaty and with a sore throat. Creature had been standing over him, concerned. Harry had very quickly noticed the smoking desk chair and resolved not to go back to sleep. Instead, he and Creature had talked quietly until Padfoot started to stir in the next room. Padfoot had woken feeling just as bad as he had before, Harry was certain, but had tried not to show it. He had got up, determined not to spend the day in bed, and had promptly collapsed on the way downstairs to breakfast. Harry had been worried out of his mind, and spent the entire day pacing around Padfoot's bedroom, pausing occasionally to try to get him to drink hot chocolate, which had resulted in him and Creature getting covered in the hot, sticky liquid and very little going in Padfoot's mouth, and shooting spells at the dummy in the training room downstairs. Remus had old, explaining he couldn't come because Malfoy was keeping him busy with the search, and that he was being watched by the Ministry, particularly the Umbridge woman Harry had so disliked, who suspected, admittedly correctly, that Remus had somehow helped Sirius steal Harry out of St. Mungo's. He had said he had come by the next day, instead. Padfoot had woken the next day and seemed better, if tired. For Harry, it was the first night since the visit to the cave that he hadn't set something on fire, though he had still dreamed. Harry and Creature had helped Padfoot into the library, because he insisted on reading about Horcruxes, and set him up on the couch with a large pile of books on dark magic and the copy of Regulus Note. Harry had left him to it, since it meant he'd have a chance to read up on wolves. He waited patiently for Padfoot to become immersed in whatever he was reading. He didn't seem able to find what he was looking for and was soon flipping impatiently through the indexes of various books, and then got up to search the bookshelves. "So what do I know about Remus?" he mused, trying to decide where to start. "He's a wolf, or he said he was, and Padfoot did too, a while ago I think. It has to be a magical ability, or he wouldn't be so secretive about it. Maybe a rare talent, or something illegal. He's got enhanced senses like Padfoot, but he's not an animagus. How's that even possible?" Harry thought for a moment. Maybe he takes a potion that turns him into a wolf. Deciding that was a good place to start, Harry browsed the shelves until he found a promising book titled An Encyclopedia of Modern Potions. He had to stand on a chair to get it down. He laughed at himself for not thinking to use his wand, and then settled at the table, flicking through the index for wolf. Wolfsbane was the only entry. Page 394. Harry thought, leafing through. The Wolfsbane potion, the page said, was invented by Pody I or Damocles Belby, as a coping mechanism for lycanthropy. Belby began work on the potion in 1980, after his wife Louise was bitten by a werewolf. In 1984, he succeeded in creating a potion that allows werewolves to keep their human minds during their monthly transformation. The ingredients required are... Harry shut the book and pushed it aside, thinking potions had been the wrong way to go. Werewolves seemed to be a common theme in all of the other books he checked, though they were in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Britain's Magical Fauna, and there was a picture of one in a book with a Latin title Harry couldn't understand, about human-to-animal transfiguration. Unfortunately, they seemed to be the only type of magical wolf around. Harry had been sure he'd find his answers in Where Wizards and Wolves Collide. But that had been all about werewolves too. Harry slumped in his chair, irritated, and convinced he had missed something. It was possible, he supposed, that Remus was a werewolf, but he hardly seemed the type. He was friendly and polite, if a little withdrawn from wizarding affairs. Why else would he live so far away from anyone else? Unless... Harry straightened and grabbed Where Wizards and Wolves Collide. He skimmed the introductory chapter, which gave an abbreviated summary of what the rest of the book contained, and then leaned back, the pieces clicking together in his head. Maybe Remus lives so far away so he doesn't hurt anyone. Remus did seem like the type to put others before himself. Harry had seen him do so at St. Mungo's, rarely leaving Harry's side, even to go home. Harry ran over everything else he knew about Remus and tried to make it fit with his theory. He likes tea, but that's not really relevant. He has an enhanced sense of smell and hearing. And scars. Harry thought, remembering Remus' hands. The book had said werewolves without access to victims on full moons were prone to self-mutilation. His nickname's Moony. It all fits. Harry glanced at his godfather, who had fallen asleep on the couch, and smiled, though he was rather puzzled. Two things still didn't make sense about his werewolf theory. The first was that Remus was a nice person, while all of the books made werewolves out to be dangerous monsters. The books could be wrong though, I suppose. People think Padfoot's a mass murderer after all. Or maybe Remus is the exception. He's a good werewolf. Either way, Harry decided he didn't much care. Remus had been perfectly friendly to Harry so far, and Padfoot had never mentioned anything potentially evil about him in any of the stories he had told, except for his tendency to spend too much time reading, a habit Harry was beginning to pick up, and fondness for large amounts of chocolate. The other thing that didn't make sense was Animagi. It doesn't make any sense for Dad, Padfoot, and Pettigrew to have become Animagi. Obviously Remus was a werewolf first, or he'd have become an animagus with them. I can't see them leaving him out of anything that big. So perhaps it was because of him. Maybe they all wanted to be animals together. But that's dangerous. Padfoot's certainly not a werewolf, so maybe they never went with him on full moons, but then what's the point? Harry found the answer to that too, after half an hour poring over a thick book called Contagious Creatures. They aren't dangerous to non-humans. That had to be it. His dad, Padfoot, and Pettigrew had become animagi to keep Remus company on full moons. That's why Remus said the secret wasn't his to keep, because he wasn't an animagus. And Dumbledore knows he's a werewolf, because they would have had to make arrangements while he went to school. The Shrieking Shack. Harry rolled off his chair and ran over to retrieve famous wizarding locations from the shelf and excitedly pulled the book open to the Hogsmeade chapter. He and Padfoot had gone through this several times, to give Harry an idea of where his stories were taking place. Harry's mind wandered back to when he and Padfoot had been in Hogsmeade. That was almost 2 weeks ago, now. Harry remembered his own voice.
And that's where you and Dad and Moony and Pettigrew went to transform? It was like our hideout, yeah.
That had been Padfoot. So they spent some time there, but I was wrong. Maybe the windows were boarded to keep Moony in instead of keeping other witches and wizards out. A slow smile spread across Harry's face as he read the passage relevant to the Shrieking Shack. According to the book, it had been bought by a young Hogwarts professor in early 1971 and abandoned, but not resold, only a month later with complaints it was haunted. Padfoot said he started school that year, Harry thought, his smile widening, though it dimmed somewhat when he read about villagers hearing tortured howls and cries every now and then. That must have been Remus. Harry retrieved Hogwarts, a history from another shelf, pausing to smile at the messy scrawl in the front cover that said it had been Padfoot's. Judging by the fresh pages, smooth spine, and the sharp corners of the front cover, it had not been opened except to let an 11-year-old Padfoot write his name in it. Harry flicked to 1971. Skipping the list of graduates and their houses since he didn't know any of them anyway, and glanced over the notable events section. Nothing really stood out. It was Albus Dumbledore's 15th year as headmaster, Hogwarts acquired a new ghost, Argus Filch was hired as caretaker, the Whomping Willow was planted, and Peeves the poltergeist, who Harry had heard a lot about from Padfoot, had blown up the House Point hourglasses, which used to be in the Great Hall, prompting them to be repaired and moved into the entrance hall. A little disappointed that nothing terribly exciting had happened as far as Remus was concerned, Harry snapped the book shut, put everything he had used back into their proper places, that is, wherever there was room for them, and headed downstairs to fetch a cup of hot chocolate for his godfather.
"What's happening?"
Padfoot asked groggily, as Harry shook him awake.
You fell asleep?
Padfoot glanced around the library, bemused.
Hey! Here,
Harry said, passing him the cup. Padfoot wrinkled his nose.
It'll make you better,
he said.
For Salazar's sake,
he muttered.
Thank you, then.
Harry sniggered.
It isn't that bad.
Padfoot's eyes narrowed.
I will never drink hot chocolate again after this,
he vowed.
And I might not eat chocolate, either.
He took a sip and pulled a face but managed to swallow. The rest of the cup was downed in another few seconds. Padfoot had told Harry he preferred to get unpleasant things over quickly instead of drawing them out.
How far away do you think Remus is?
Harry asked casually. He was eager to test his theory, though he wasn't sure how. Remus had been evasive so far when it came to answering questions.
The later just said today. Dunno,
Padfoot said, checking his watch.
Depends how long his meeting with Malfoy took.
The doorbell clanged. Padfoot shook his head.
That's him. Creature.
Crack.
Could you let Mooney in and tell him he's a prat?
Creature gave Padfoot an odd look but bowed low and disapparated. There was the usual squeak of floorboards to let them know Remus was inside. Harry and Padfoot made their way downstairs at their own pace. Padfoot went in dog form, his tail wagging weakly, and found Remus waiting in the hallway. His back was to them, and he was looking interestedly into the training room. Padfoot changed back, sagged and caught the banister for support.
Why am I a prat?
Remus asked, turning.
You could have just come in,
Padfoot said.
Ringing the doorbell, honestly. I didn't want to be rude. And are you training an army here, serious?
Harry saw his eyes were fixed on the Muggle dartboards taped to the walls, the Aura Standard training dummy and the faint shimmer of cushioning charms on the walls and floor.
Yes,
he said with a grin.
My own little Death Eater army. Haven't you been reading the papers?
Remus chuckled.
Any recruits? An old house elf and my best mate's kid. Why? Would you like to join? Will it last longer than the other organizations you've come up with? Our canine club lasted all through 6th year.
Padfoot protested.
The Unicorn Association lasted about 20 seconds, if that,
Remus said slyly. Padfoot shrugged.
We got a better offer.
Remus smiled and shook his head.
Are you hungry? Famished, actually. I had Dumbledore knocking on my door at 7 to tell me what's been going on at the Ministry, so I missed breakfast. Creatures making pies for lunch,
Harry said. Remus' eyes brightened.
Did old Dumbles have anything interesting to say?
Padfoot asked.
Serious,
Remus said weakly.
You can't keep calling him that. Why not?
Padfoot asked, while Harry laughed.
Because. That's a rubbish answer,
Padfoot said, waving his wand to light the kitchen properly. The only lamp lit was over by the counter where Creature was working.
Chances are I'll meet with him and that name will slip out by accident,
Remus insisted as they sat.
He'd find it funny, I think,
Padfoot said chuckled. From what Harry had seen of Professor Dumbledore, he was inclined to agree. Padfoot's chuckles turned into coughs and Harry and Remus sat in anxious silence, waiting for him to finish.
What happened to you?
Remus asked when Padfoot stopped. Harry glanced at Padfoot and then away quickly.
Are those pies ready, Creature?
Padfoot asked, clearing his throat. Creature snapped his fingers and 3 plates floated over.
Thanks,
Harry said. Padfoot nodded.
It looks wonderful, creature,
Remus said, slicing his pie open.
But don't change the subject.
Padfoot sighed.
We were looking for something of Regulus. A note. It was well protected by.
Remus prompted when neither of them said anything.
Inferi,
Padfoot said.
And Dementor's draft. Very funny,
Remus snapped. Harry and Padfoot exchanged glances and then Harry cleared his throat.
You saw my injuries,
Harry said.
Bruises in the shapes of hands and fingers, remember?
Remus had gone a nasty shade of white and pushed his pie away.
Please tell me.
Padfoot pushed his lunch around his plate and shook his head. Remus looked at Harry, who looked back.
What in Merlin's name were you thinking?
He demanded.
That. Sirius, Harry is 9,
Remus said loudly.
Inferi? You shouldn't even have gone, let alone. What the bloody hell were you thinking? Maybe that I needed the help.
Padfoot shot back.
Who else would have come with me? Well. Yeah, that's what I thought,
Padfoot said, rather condescendingly.
Yes, perhaps it was irresponsible of me.
Remus snorted loudly.
But I would have died if he hadn't been there.
Harry and Padfoot's eyes met, briefly, in silent acknowledgement.
And if I had to do things over, I'd still take him with me.
Mooney mumbled something about how no, Padfoot wouldn't take Harry, and what about him?
You?
Padfoot asked.
You weren't there.
He paused to cough violently.
Sirius? No.
Sirius choked out, coughing once to clear his throat.
There was no one else. I took him then, and I'd do it again.
And Harry would go again, if it came to it.
If only so he knows where I am. And if you had died?
Remus asked, shaking his head.
Would you want Harry to see that? No,
Sirius said.
Of course I fucking wouldn't. But I'd rather he see that, than be sitting here alone, not sure what's happened, or when I'm going to come home. I know, intimately, what it's like to wait.
Padfoot's eyes were oddly empty. Harry didn't like it.
I know that didn't work so well in the end,
he said, suddenly talking to Harry,
and I am so unbelievably sorry about that. "'S all right,"
Harry mumbled.
"I don't remember much of it anyway."
And that was true, he had been so tired, in pain and so scared that he couldn't remember much more than Hedwig in the study, his accidental magic in the hallway and shouting at Creature a lot.
"At least we got Mum's portrait down,"
Padfoot said. He winked.
"I'd have gone missing a long time ago if I'd known you would do that."
Harry, oddly, found himself grinning. Padfoot turned back to Remus.
"We took Cadogan's pony, all right,"
he said. Harry frowned at the unfamiliar expression, but Remus seemed to understand.
"I don't like that was the way it had to happen, but it's done and we're still here. That's got to count for something, surely."
Remus stared at his hands for a long time.
"So the fire. It was to keep the Inferi away." "How do you know about the fire?"
Padfoot demanded, but there was no anger behind it. He seemed surprised, and a little relieved that Remus had asked such a mundane question. Harry sank into his chair.
"Harry's dreams about it. How's the room been when you wake up?"
Harry shrugged. Padfoot gave him a sharp look and Harry knew he'd have to explain later. Remus' eyes flicked between the two of them and dropped the topic.
I take it you were the one who drank,
Remus said, nodding at Padfoot.
I'm not that irresponsible,
Padfoot complained. Remus arched an eyebrow, but he was wearing a half-smile. It faded quickly.
How much? 10 goblets,
Harry said quietly, and felt the little of his lunch he had managed to eat try to make a reappearance. Tea to the Dark Lord, Padfoot's broken voice mumbled in his head.
Was it?
Padfoot asked, paling for a moment.
10? No wonder you're drinking all the hot chocolate.
Remus shook his head.
So what was it you were looking for? The name of something of Voldemort's.
Remus stared. Padfoot ran a hand over his chin.
Have you ever heard of a Horcrux?
Harry's head snapped up in time to see Remus shake his head.
Sorry, no. What is it? No idea.
All three of them managed to finish enough of their lunches to satisfy Creature, and then Harry took Remus upstairs to see the locket. Remus stared at it for a long time and then shrugged, still at a loss, but curious. They joined Padfoot in the library, where the three of them picked a book and settled down to read. Padfoot and Moony talked quietly the whole time. Harry didn't know how they were able to read as well, about a whole range of things. Harry struggled to read, he had done enough of that morning, and ended up staring at the same sentence for minutes without taking it in or listening to the conversations. Sometimes it was Remus apologizing for not visiting Padfoot in Azkaban, other times it was Padfoot asking about Remus' jobs and girlfriends, but it always seemed to come back to Horcruxes. They were there for the rest of the day. Creature brought dinner to the library and even sat with them for a while, though he didn't read. He polished the black ring Padfoot had let him keep and finally, after a lot of deliberation, and some prodding from Padfoot, slipped it onto his bony finger. Every time he spoke to any of them after that, he'd make a small gesture with his hand as if to remind them it was there. Much later that night, or perhaps it was early the next morning, they gave up on the books because they had found nothing and went back downstairs to have a cup of tea before bed, and Remus going home, respectively. The conversation had switched to Malfoy now. The man that Harry remembered was funding the search to find him.
I said Malfoy's got control,
Remus said.
He's pulled a few strings with Fudge, I think, and now he's got the Aurors dancing to his tune as well as the rest of us.
Remus sighed.
Mad Eye's furious, apparently. I don't think he even wanted the searches to combine, but Scrimgeours never listened to Mad Eye.
Padfoot snorted in a way that made Harry think this wasn't news.
Why doesn't he join Malfoy's search then?
Padfoot asked.
Mad Eye, submit to the likes of Malfoy?
Remus asked incredulously.
Not likely. All of the experienced Aurors are working with the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to find Greyback anyway. Greyback?
Padfoot asked. Harry could have sworn Remus' eyes flicked to him for a moment. He watched him back and then shrugged and filled the kettle.
He's attacking people again. 3 in the past month. Again?
Padfoot asked.
Oh, you wouldn't know?
Remus said.
He's been active on and off since the war ended, just to remind people he's out there. I go to the camps every January to see how things are going and try to curb his enthusiasm. You?
Padfoot asked softly.
Who else?
Remus asked, sighing. Padfoot didn't say anything, but he didn't look terribly happy either. Harry pulled the kettle off of the stove, and winced as his hand brushed the hot silver. Bad idea to not pay attention, he told himself as he held his hand under cold water from the tap. The burn had reminded him of something though, with everything happening that afternoon, he had forgotten to ask Remus about the whole werewolf thing. Harry added tea leaves and water to the silver, black embossed teapot and fetched 3 cups. He had deliberately picked a porcelain one for Remus, instead of a silver one, and carried the whole lot over to the table.
"Thank you,"
Remus said to Harry, glancing at his cup and then at Padfoot. Padfoot shrugged and poured tea for Remus and then for himself.
"No problem. Thanks,"
Harry added, as Padfoot passed the teapot. Padfoot and Moony continued to talk about Malfoy and the search as they drank, about Malfoy and the search. Remus was intending to tell Malfoy he had been tipped off about a sighting of Harry and Sirius near the Dursleys' home to draw suspicion away from London. Harry listened with interest and waited for Remus to finish his drink. Harry had finished his own already and was waiting for the right moment to offer him another cup. Finally, Remus set his cup down and it made an empty noise. Harry reached for the teapot and poured himself another cup.
"Would you like some?"
he asked, holding the teapot out.
"Yes, thank you,"
Remus said. Harry pushed it toward him. A funny expression crossed Remus' face.
"Would you mind pouring for me?"
he asked. Harry filled the cup with a sly grin.
"Sorry," he said, "I forgot about the silver thing."
He took a sip of his own tea and waited for the reaction. It was well worth it. Padfoot blinked rapidly, and he had spat half of his tea out. Remus' reaction was even better. His face was white and he had gone perfectly still, his teacup a few inches from his mouth, tilted as if to drink from. Hot tea fell onto the table, but Harry doubted he was aware of that.
Remus.
Padfoot set his teacup down, louder than he had probably meant to, and cleaned the spill with a wave of his wand. Then he tugged the cup from Remus' tight grip and set it down.
"I think you've broken him,"
he told Harry.
"Are you sure? Can we? How do we fix him?"
Harry asked, feeling a little guilty now.
"Oh, that's easy,"
Padfoot said and gave Remus a slap. Harry winced. Remus' eyes came sharply back into focus and landed on Padfoot.
"I thought you said." "I did. I don't know." "How do you know?"
Remus asked Harry quietly.
"Know what?"
Harry asked, confused.
About silver." "Oh, read about it."
Remus' head hit the table with a thump.
"You read?"
Padfoot asked, looking amused.
"You never read." "I wanted to know,"
Harry said defensively. He glanced at Remus.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean, are you all right?"
Harry asked.
"Brilliant,"
Remus groaned into the table.
"Then why?"
Padfoot gave Harry a nudge and shook his head.
"Chin up, Moony old chap,"
Padfoot said.
"No,"
Remus said into the table. Padfoot rolled his eyes, grinning.
"You would have told him eventually." "I know,"
Remus said, his voice muffled,
"but I could have prepared myself for that instead of having it sprung on me."
He looked up and glowered at Padfoot.
"Again." "It must be a Potter thing,"
Padfoot said brightly. Remus rolled his eyes.
"Can I talk?"
Harry whispered. Padfoot chuckled. Harry turned to Remus.
Do you mind if I call you Moony?"
he asked. Remus blinked, looking thrown by the sudden change in topic.
I suppose not, no.
Thanks, Harry said happily. Moony and Padfoot seemed to have been having a silent conversation. Harry remembered Padfoot telling him they had used to do it to disturb Peter or make a teacher nervous, and turned to Harry in unison.
What else do you know about, other than the silver?
Padfoot asked carefully, his grey eyes flicking toward Moony.
Not a lot. I know you have heightened senses,
Harry offered.
And a bit of a problem on full moons. A bit of a problem,
Moony said with a humorless laugh as his head dropped onto the table again.
If there was any doubt whose son he was. It's gone now,
Padfoot said, his eyes very bright.
And I know you used to go to the Shrieking Shack to transform,
Harry said.
I used to think it was just for animagus transformations, but I worked it out. That's why you did it, isn't it?
He asked, turning to his godfather.
To keep Moony company.
Padfoot nodded.
James and I used to call it Remus' furry little problem. As a joke,
Moony added.
It wasn't a joke,
Padfoot said, scowling.
Moony here quite liked to whine.
He told Harry, jerking his head toward an exasperated Moony.
About all of his problems, still does, by the looks of things, and the day we confronted him about it, Prongs said it was nothing more than a furry little problem.
Moony made a little noise of disagreement.
And it's still just that,
Padfoot said firmly. Moony made a face.
The name stuck. Most people were under the impression I owned a badly behaved rabbit,
Moony sighed.
James and I had a lot of fun encouraging that rumor,
Padfoot said with a wolfish grin. Moony huffed at Padfoot and then turned to Harry, brown eyes wide and earnest.
Look, Harry, the reality of the situation is that I'm dangerous. On full moons,
Harry said.
Yeah, I know.
Padfoot beamed.
Yes, but... But what? He's got nothing, kiddo,
Padfoot said, grinning at a stunned Moony.
Absolutely nothing. I've got something,
Moony said hotly.
It's called lycanthropy and it's only transferable on full moons,
Padfoot told him shortly.
That's not proven,
Moony protested.
They don't know the consequences yet. What do you want, Moony?
Padfoot asked, exasperated.
You were saying yesterday that you've been begging Dumbledore to give you custody of Harry for years and now all of a sudden you're too dangerous to spend time with him. Well,
Moony frowned and closed his mouth. Harry sniggered.
As Harry's legal guardian. A position obtained through illegal practices,
Moony muttered.
Hush,
Padfoot told him.
As I was saying, as Harry's legal guardian, it falls to me to decide who I'm comfortable having around him. I'm right here,
Harry said.
I can make those decisions for myself, thanks. Do you agree with me?
Padfoot asked.
Well, yeah, of course I. Then be quiet,
Padfoot said, with a grin.
As I was saying, we are more than happy to have you around, Moony.
Moony swallowed.
I've needed this,
he said.
What, someone to keep the self-loathing to a minimum?
Padfoot teased.
Yes,
Moony said bluntly. He turned back to Harry.
You will not, under any circumstances, come near me on a full moon. Am I clear?
For now, Harry decided, wondering how old one had to be become an animagus.
Yeah, you're clear. Good,
Padfoot said.
Now, as far as full moons are concerned,
he said excitedly.
Have you always been this sadistic, Padfoot?
Mooney asked dryly.
Getting excited over the prospect of me in pain? No, you get,
Padfoot said.
Now that you know I'm not a murdering lunatic, I can come out with you again.
Harry didn't think he had ever seen anyone smile as hugely as Mooney did then. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Mirrors at the Ministry.
Keith,
Tonks said, a little surprised as she pulled open the front door.
Hey,
he said, running a hand over his short, neatly styled hair.
This is for you.
He passed her a pale pink rose.
Oh,
she said, blushing. She was fairly sure her hair was the same color as the flower.
Thank you.
She hugged him.
I'd invite you in, but I'm practically on my way out. What time do you have to leave?
He asked. She checked her watch.
5 minutes if I'm going to be there on time, and I don't want to be late on my first day. Oh,
he said, looking a little disappointed.
Well, what time do you finish? 5 today, and then I'm meeting Mum and Dad at the studio and we're going out to dinner. How about tomorrow?
He asked.
8 until 5 tomorrow as well, but I'm not doing anything afterward. Would you like to go out?
He asked hopefully. She smiled.
Sure. How does Hogsmeade sound? Meet at 6.
She asked.
Sounds brilliant,
he said, beaming. She checked her watch.
All right, sorry, but I've got to finish getting ready. Yeah, that's fine,
he said.
I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Have a good day today.
Thanks.
You too.
Tonks ducked back inside as he set off down the street. She put the rose in a vase by the sink where it had access to sunlight and crossed to the kitchen table where, after a moment of sadness, she vanished her half-finished breakfast. Oddly, her appetite seemed to increase and not fade when she was nervous, and she was certainly nervous. Her hair had been lime green for days. She grabbed her rucksack, which had a drink bottle and a sandwich in it, added an apple and swung it over her shoulder.
Bye, Mum.
She called. She got a sleepy reply from her parents' bedroom. Dad had already left, but Mum probably wouldn't be up for another hour, and then, pausing only to check her appearance in the hallway mirror, tossed fla powder into the fireplace and said, "Ministry of Magic?" The flames began to clear and then she stopped moving altogether. Tonks stepped out, tripped on her hem and fell flat on her face in the ministry atrium. A brilliant start to the day, she thought, dazedly, letting a twitchy little wizard help her off the polished wood floor.
Thank you,
Tonks said, staring around. She had been to the ministry several times, but it felt different coming as an adult and not a little girl clutching her father's hand.
Not a problem, dear,
the little wizard said. He flashed a badge at the witch at the security stand and she nodded and waved him through.
What can I do for you?
The witch asked, spotting Tonks.
I'm an Aura trainee,
she said, pulling her acceptance letter out of her rucksack.
Good for you,
the witch said.
Hold still, please.
She waved a long, goldenrod up Tonks' front and back and then nodded, satisfied.
Wand, please.
Tonks passed it over after a moment's hesitation. She felt bare without it and watched nervously as the witch placed it on a strange brass device. A moment later it had procured a small sheet of parchment.
12.5 inches, pair, with a dragon heartstring core. You've had it for 7 years, yes?
Yes, Tonks said. The witch copied the parchment with a tap of her own wand and impaled one on a spike behind the counter. She signed the second piece and passed it and Tonks' wand back.
Give that to Scrimgar, she said.
Thank you, Tonks said, stuffing both into her pocket. She hurried through a set of golden gates behind the stand and waited patiently for a lift to arrive.
Level 2, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the improper use of Magic Office, Aura Headquarters, and Weisengamot Administration Services, a cool female voice said. Tonks spent the lift ride trying to get her hair to resemble something other than one of the cacti her mother kept on the kitchen windowsill. She was met with limited success. She managed to change the color from green to a golden blonde, but the spiky texture refused to change. She didn't bother trying to change her eyes much and left them a bright green. The lift doors opened and Tonks stepped out, taking care not to trip, into a corridor lined with doors. She glanced at the windows through which she could see a rather vicious blizzard. It took her a moment to remember this part of the ministry was still underground and it couldn't possibly be real. She followed the hallway around a corner and through a set of heavy oak doors and came out in a very claustrophobic section. There were about 50 people squeezed into a very small space. About 30 of those people were trainees, another 10 looked to be qualified aurors and the rest simply seemed to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Line up!
A loud voice growled. A man, not much taller than Tonks, limped past, wand raised. She got a glimpse of one, very blue eye and a lot of dark grey, tangled hair before his back was to her.
Line up!
He shouted, shooting sparks into the air with his wand. The babble stopped immediately.
Single file, against the wall. Now!
Tonks hurried to do what she was told, as did everyone else. The 30 or so trainees flattened themselves against the wall, clearing the hallway and allowing the aurors to better access to their respective cubicles.
I had it, thank you, Alastair,
a man with bushy eyebrows, a mane of tawny hair and sharp yellowish eyes said stiffly. The auror who had shouted turned to look at him. For the first time, Tonks got a good look at him, and was more than a little intimidated. He was limping because he was missing a leg and had a roughly carved wooden one in its place. His face had more scars and pock marks than smooth skin and his mouth was little more than a grim line above his chin. His most distinguishing feature, however, was a bright blue eye that seemed to be moving in its socket of its own accord. His other eye was small and dark and glanced around suspiciously, and it was then Tonks knew that this could only be Mad-Eye Moody, one of Britain's most acclaimed aurors.
Appearances are deceiving, aren't they, Scrimgar?
He growled. Tonks glanced at the yellow-eyed man, who she knew must be Rufus Scrimgar, the head of the Aura department. An ugly expression flickered over Scrimgar's face.
Now, she heard him snap, when we call your name, follow Aurors Blackburn and Finch.
A stocky, blonde man with a thick beard and a short, dark-haired woman nodded to them.
To the end of the corridor, and they will give you directions. Are there any questions? Who do we give these to?
A woman asked, holding her wand identification slip up.
You'll give those to Aura Moody once you're down there,
he said, jerking his head in Moody's direction.
Alan, Jeanette,
Moody said. A heavy woman with short brown hair jumped and extracted herself from the line.
Brown, Michael.
A lanky man with a pointed mustache.
Bulks, Bert.
A short, weedy man with a weak chin.
Clark, Melvin.
A man with big blue eyes and mousy hair that looked like he should still be in Hogwarts.
Dale, Trixia.
A blonde woman wearing bright pink robes.
Edwards, Nicole.
A very tall woman with a long black plait.
Gasper, Jeremiah.
A man with dreadlocks.
Hill, Wesley.
And on they went. Moody had clearly done this before. He knew exactly how long to wait between names, and only once did he falter on a name, and that was
McKinnon, Marlene.
She was a tall woman with short, straight, brown hair. There was nothing overly distinguishing about her, but Moody wasn't the only one who had looked up. Several of the other Aurors had leant out of their cubicles to get a look at her. McKinnon's eyes flicked around the room, and then, without any acknowledging of any of them, she walked after
Losley, Travis.
Moody, who looked like he had seen a ghost, shook himself and called,
"More, Hector."
Tonks was one of 4 people left. It came as a relief when her name was finally called and she stumbled down the corridor. It was a dead end with only 2 doors, one was closed and said Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, where Charlie's dad worked, and the other was a broom cupboard.
Tonks was it?
The female Aura asked.
Yes,
Tonks said, offering her hand.
Aura Finch,
she said.
Aura Blackburn,
said the man. She shook his hand too.
In you go.
Tonks stepped into the small broom cupboard and glanced over her shoulder. Aura Finch nodded at her. Tonks kept walking, and just as she was about to hit the back wall, she found herself on a landing, looking down a flight of stairs. She descended slowly, making an effort not to trip, and came out in a large room, where the other trainees were huddled, chatting quietly. There were 2 doors labeled Lecture Hall 1 and Lecture Hall 2 on the left, and opposite those was a door labeled Examination Room, and next to that Common Room. Along the back wall were another 7 doors: Defensive and Offensive Combat, Stealth and Tracking, Warding and Protective Enchantments, Wizarding Relations and Law, Plants and Poisons, Concealment and Disguises, and Fitness and Healing. Tonks joined the other trainees in the middle of the room and listened to the nervous chatter. It was like she was 11 and about to be sorted again. Moody limped down the stairs once the final trainees were through, flanked by Auras Finch and Blackburn.
"Constant vigilance,"
he shouted, making most of them jump.
"That's what we'll be teaching you here, put that away."
His blue eye was focused on one of the trainees, who had procured a piece of parchment and a quill. She squeaked and stuffed it into her pocket.
"It's not an easy program,"
he continued in his growling voice.
"Some of you won't make it to graduation. Some of you won't make it in the real world."
Not me, Tonks thought. I'm going to be an Auror. A good one.
"Alan to Lewis,"
Moody said.
"You'll be in here, doing the physical testing first. Scrimgour will be down in a moment. Losley to Yaxley, you're mental and with me."
One boy sniggered at this. Tonks rolled her eyes and went to join the mental testing group on the right of the hall. Moody joined them a moment later and led them through the door labeled Examination Room. Inside was another room, reasonably large, with a single, unlabeled door on the left, an extensive, obviously conjured, screening on the right.
"Yaxley, you're up."
Yaxley was a woman with long blonde hair and squinty eyes. She had been a Slytherin at Hogwarts in Tonks' year and had always liked to give Charlie a hard time about his second-hand robes and books. Tonks hadn't liked her much. Yaxley flashed a white smile at Moody, who watched her without expression. The smile faded slightly and she walked through the curtains to the other side of the screen.
"Wait until you're called,"
Moody said to the rest of them as he too vanished through the curtains. Whispers broke out at once.
"What sort of tests do you think we'll have to do?"
a man with crooked teeth asked.
"Didn't you read the pamphlet?"
a woman said, rolling her eyes.
They do a series of tests and ask questions to assess our character. Once we pass that, we complete the physical examination. I'm Florence Pruitt, by the way,
she said, waving to everyone. A woman on Tonks' right, was it MacDonald? Machiavellier? Glanced up sharply but didn't say anything. A moment later, she went back to staring at the opposite wall. Tonks knew the name. Pruitt had been a Ravenclaw in 7th year when Tonks was in 5th, but the face was unfamiliar. Without the name, she wouldn't have recognized her at all. Her dark hair was longer, her skin paler, as if she hadn't been outside for a long time. Her eyes were a little haunted.
Hector Moore,
said a man on Tonks' other side.
James Thompson,
said a Ravenclaw that Tonks knew from Hogwarts. He looked just as she remembered, down to the mole on his neck.
Mary Wright,
said a woman who had been on the Gryffindor Quidditch team 3 years ago.
Laurie Patel,
said a woman Tonks had never seen before.
Tonks,
Tonks said, shrugging. The woman who had looked at Florence Pruitt looked up again. Tonks looked at her curiously and she looked away, pale all of a sudden.
Tonks?
Laurie Patel asked dubiously.
Is that your first name or your last?
Last, she said. Those who had gone to Hogwarts with Tonks smiled amongst themselves and got back to introductions. While Benjamin Wandless Wellington, who had been a prefect in her first year at Hogwarts, explained his nickname, a long and far-fetched story involving a dragon, a vampire, and a nose-biting teacup that Tonks wasn't sure she believed, Yaxley re-emerged looking shaken, and Moody took Mary Wright into the sequestered area.
How'd it go?
Florence Pruitt asked eagerly.
Anyone that asks me questions gets an immediate fail,
Yaxley said, flouncing over. She was shunned after that, left at the outskirts of the group and looked rather irritated about it. When Wright emerged, Yaxley grabbed her arm and pulled her away from the main group. Tonks wondered idly if she knew Wright was a Muggle born and a Gryffindor to boot. They formed their own little huddle and talked, presumably, though no one could or wanted to hear what they were saying, about the mental tests. Wellington emerged and Tonks didn't even have time to feel nervous before she was summoned.
Good luck,
Florence whispered. Tonks managed to flash her a quick smile and moved woodenly. Thankfully she managed to stay upright, over to the screened area. She pushed through the curtains and stopped. What must have been half of the Aura office was sitting there, watching her. They were sitting in a semicircle, facing a simple wooden chair.
Watch her,
she said nervously.
Sit,
Moody growled at her, limping over to pull the curtains closed.
You're Nymphadora Tonks?
A woman with an eye patch asked.
Yes,
she said, flopping down into the chair. Her feet were a few from the ground, so she willed her legs to grow a bit. She wasn't about to sit through this swinging her legs like a child.
Wand identification,
a wizard missing 3 fingers said, holding his hand out toward her. She rummaged around in her rucksack and pulled out the parchment she had been given in the atrium. It was a little creased but still readable.
Pear and dragon heartstring. 12.5 inches. You've had it for 7 years.
Yes, she said again.
Do you remember the day you bought it?
He asked. His voice was rather nasally.
Yes. Can you describe what happened when it chose you? Sparks came out of the end,
she said nervously.
What color were the sparks? Rainbow,
she said. The wizard wrote something down on a clipboard and passed it to the next auror, a witch, in line.
You received 5 NEWTS, yes.
Yes, she said.
O's in herbology, transfiguration, and potions, and E's in defense against the dark arts and charms, is that correct?
Yes.
Your transfiguration mark is the second highest we've ever had,
the witch said, consulting the parchment in front of her. Tonks beamed.
Very impressive indeed.
She passed the clipboard along. The next wizard, an absolutely enormous man with a mop of dark curly hair, stood and retrieved a large mirror from behind his chair. Tonks didn't recognize the language, but it had the words Tid Ni H Ebla Mina et U Beka Fruoid on Wosi etched into the gilded frame.
What do you see?
He asked in a deep voice that matched his appearance perfectly.
Me,
she said timidly, glancing at her pale reflection. She willed a bit more color into her cheeks.
Look closer.
Tonks did, and still saw only herself.
I don't see anything. Nothing.
A witch with a beaky nose said sharply.
Well, no, not nothing,
she said, as the auras exchanged significant looks.
I see me, but you said I'm not supposed.
The man holding the mirror snorted and turned it towards him. He nodded once and turned it toward the witch with the hooked nose, and she frowned, nodding.
What do you see?
He asked, turning it back towards Tonks.
Myself,
she said flatly.
Proudfoot,
Moody barked, tilting his head toward the back of the room. Another aura got up and retrieved another mirror, while the curly-haired aura sat down, glowering.
What do you see?
The aura, Proudfoot, said, holding up what was a significantly smaller mirror. This one was only about as long as the length of Tonks' forearm to the tips of her fingers. This one had EES ot na wu oi caf et oi wo si etched into its equally elaborate frame. Tonks glanced into the glassy surface.
Me?
She said.
Is that a statement or a question?
He asked.
Statement,
she said, with a little more confidence.
There's nothing different about you? You don't look older or younger, or have different colored hair or eyes?
He asked shrewdly.
No,
she said.
I look like I do now. You're being completely truthful. Of course.
She said, scandalized.
Maybe if you would tell me what I'm supposed to be seeing. Are you an Occlumens?
One wizard in healer's robes asked suddenly.
No.
Tonks flushed.
I tried to learn when I was 14, but I didn't have the patience. Miss Tonks,
said a bright-eyed witch as Proudfoot sat down,
these mirrors are from a set of 7 magical mirrors, made by a very powerful wizard named Narcissus. The mirror Orator showed you is charmed to reveal one's animagus form. The one aura Proudfoot had is designed to instill confidence by presenting your face as you wish it looked.
Wonder if that's what inspired Snow White, she thought absently.
If you're not seeing anything, then it suggests you're perfectly happy with your current appearance, which defies human nature, and that you have no potential animagus form. For a student as talented with transfiguration as you seem to be. Oh.
Tonks said loudly.
I think I know why it's not working.
23, Tonks did a quick head count, pairs of eyes latched onto her.
I'm a metamorphagus.
One wizard, she would have bet her Comet 260 that he had been a Ravenclaw, leaned forward in his seat and watched her intently, beaming.
Can you show us? Please.
Tonks scrunched up her face and turned her hair jet black and then had it go orange and back to the blonde it had been.
Impressive,
Moody said.
But I wasn't aware we were testing her ability to disguise herself.
Tonks flushed and clamped down on the instincts that were trying to turn her hair pink with embarrassment. The other Aurors looked chastised.
Well,
the witch with the eye patch said, looking flustered.
That certainly explains it. Yes. We'll just, yes, savage. Are you able to perform a Patronus charm?
An Auror with scar running from his left temple to his right cheek asked.
I can get a fairly pathetic shield up,
she said, grimacing.
Nothing that would hold off a Dementor or Lethofold, I don't think. What happy memory do you use?
Well, that's a little personal, she thought, slightly affronted.
The day I got my Hogwarts letter.
One of the Aurors scribbled that down.
Why? Don't you like it at home?
Tonks blinked.
No, I love it at home,
she said earnestly.
Then why were you so happy to leave? I was happy to be learning magic,
she said.
Did you stay in contact with your parents while you were at school? Of course. I wrote weekly, sometimes more depending on how things were. Any siblings? No. Just you and your parents, then? Yes.
Questions were coming from all directions now, and it was quite overwhelming.
Who's your favorite? Excuse me. Your favorite parent? Your mother or you father? Neither. So you don't like them? Let me finish,
she said irritably. They watched expectantly.
I love them equally. Rubbish. It's not rubbish. You must like one more than the other. No, I don't. If you had to kill one of them, which would it be? Excuse me.
No one said anything.
Why in Merlin's name would I want to do that? It's purely academic. Neither,
she said, folding her arms.
But say you had to,
one pressed.
Why do I have to?
She demanded.
Say they've done something awful. Like what? They've broken the law. Then they deserve a trial, not death,
she snapped. Moody watched her curiously.
How much do you know about the war?
One wizard asked suddenly.
Enough,
she said, confused by the sudden topic change.
You know what Death Eaters are? Of course.
Her aunts and uncles had been just that. And Sirius, her mother's cousin.
Say your parents were Death Eaters then. Which would you kill? But they're not,
Tonks said, rolling her eyes. Everyone waited for a response anyway.
The Death Eaters in the war all got trials.
All of them except Sirius.
My parents would get the same. But if they couldn't,
one said.
You asked which I would kill,
she told them.
I'm not inclined to kill either unless you can give me an adequate reason. Say you're made an Auror,
one man with a long ponytail said,
and your head of department instructs you to kill one of them. Which would it be? If I'm likely to get those sorts of instructions, then I don't know that working as an Auror is something I'm terribly keen on anymore,
she said irritably. Quite a few of them nodded. Moody was actually smirking.
Purely academic,
he reminded her.
But say you were given the order. I wouldn't do it. You would defy an order?
He asked gruffly.
If a life was at stake,
she said flatly.
Insubordination is not a quality we look for,
he told her.
I shouldn't think the desire to kill is one either,
she snapped.
Watch it,
a witch at the back warned her. Tonks rolled her eyes.
Any more questions? You've been given a wand,
one of them said shrewdly,
and it's only capable of performing one of the 3 unforgivables. Right,
she said edgily. Merlin's beard, they're a morbid lot, aren't they?
Facing you, is an enemy. Not my parents?
She asked sarcastically.
No,
the witch with the eye patch said, stifling a laugh.
Just an enemy. He or she, it doesn't matter which, has a wand too. Both of you are in a sealed room. You cannot flew in or out, or apparate, and your wand, rather obviously, will not allow you to create a port key. In order to escape, you must subdue your opponent. How do you do it? My wand will only perform unforgivables.
Tonks asked, wrinkling her nose.
That is correct. I'd subdue them in some other way,
she said.
Punch them, perhaps. That's assault. It's not preferable,
she told them,
but it's a nicer alternative than using one of those awful curses. You're an Auror, out on a mission when your partner is rendered unconscious. They won't respond to any spells and there is no one in the vicinity to help you. Without immediate help, your partner will die, but if you leave, the mission is compromised and the target will escape. What do you do? Take my partner back,
she said.
Why? Because if a fellow Auror dies, then everyone in the department will be affected by their death in some way and won't be performing at their best. Also, it takes 3 years to train the replacement, while it almost certainly shouldn't take 3 years to track down the person, target, again.
Tonks waited apprehensively for one of them to disagree with her, but Tor, the one who had held up the first mirror, only said,
You're approached by a known criminal while you're off duty. They want to trade legal immunity for information on another target. What do you do? Have them surrender their wand,
she said.
If they genuinely want to help then they won't need it. From there I'd take them somewhere safe, maybe the ministry holding cells. If I was familiar with the case I'd question them myself. If not, I'd find someone better suited to the role. Do you have a criminal record? Do detentions count?
She asked, suddenly worried. Several people laughed.
No. Your parents are Andromeda Black Tonks and Theodore Tonks, is that correct? Yes. Do either of them have a criminal record? Not that I know of,
she said honestly.
Does anyone in your family have a criminal record?
Tonks closed her eyes briefly.
Yes,
she said.
Who?
They didn't look surprised, she noticed. So they know, she thought glumly. They just want me to say it.
My aunt, Bellatrix Lestrange. Her husband, Rodolphus Lestrange. Mum's cousin, Sirius Black. They're the only ones. The charges to the Malfoys never stuck,
she said, shrugging. Moody smiled wryly.
Have you had recent contact with any of your family? I've never met the Lestranges, she said, and I haven't seen Sirius Black since I was 10. I bumped into the Malfoys in Diagon Alley a while back, though. Say the first thing that comes to mind. Muggle. Grandparents. Witch. Wizard. Hogwarts. School. Broom.
Quidditch, Tonks said.
Snitch. Seeker. Seeker. Charlie. Azkaban. Dementor. McKinnon,
Mad-Eye called. Marlene made her way over to the curtains, relieved. The boy who had been trying and failing to make small talk with her slumped, but she ignored him. Mad-Eye gave her a curious look and allowed her to step through. Inside were 23 Aurors, most of whom she knew by sight if not name. She dropped into the seat in the center of the area and crossed her ankles.
Wand identification,
a wizard said. She passed him the parchment she had been given at the security desk.
Fur and dragon heartstring. 14 inches. You've had it for 17 years. I have. How did you know the wand chose you? Pink and gold came out of the end. In what form? Ribbons. You received 6 NEWTS, yes. Yes,
she said.
O's in defense against the dark arts, charms and potions, E's in transfiguration, herbology, and muggle studies, is that correct? It is.
Augustus Tor, Marlene had dated him when she was in 4th year and he was in 3rd, stood and fetched a large mirror from behind his chair. Marlene frowned, trying to read the words Tid ni h eblamina et u becca fruoit on wosi, but settled for remembering them. She could look them up later.
What do you see?
He asked. Marlene frowned. It wasn't her own reflection in the mirror. It was enormous, staring down its muzzle at her with gleaming tawny eyes. It had a sandy brown coat, perhaps a little darker than was normal, and long legs that ended with deadly-looking paws.
A lion. Lioness.
Several of the Aurors muttered amongst themselves, but when Marlene chanced to look at Mad-Eye, he was smiling. He waved a hand at another Auror. Marlene recognized Proudfoot and had a vague recollection of Sirius complaining about his name, saying it was too close to his marauder nickname, who brought another, smaller mirror forward.
What do you see?
Proudfoot said. Again, she had no luck with the words in the frame but memorized them, in the hope of researching them later.
Myself,
she said, squinting at the mirror.
But I'm different. Younger.
Her hair was shorter, like it had been back in her order days, and neater, and her eyes were brighter. Her skin wasn't as pale, she had still been playing a bit of Quidditch in those days, and the lines around her eyes and the corners of her mouth that she had begun to notice in the last year, were non-existent. Was she imagining it, or had Mad-Eye just given her a pitying look? Now, more than ever she was interested in finding out what the mirror actually did.
Are you able to perform a Patronus charm?
Savage asked. Marlene blinked. He had a new and rather ropey-looking scar on his face that he certainly hadn't had when she had last seen him. Admittedly, that was at a ministry function 9 years ago. Sirius had forced her to attend, so it was probably reasonable to assume he had changed.
I haven't tried for years,
she said honestly.
Do you remember what form it was? It used to be a dog,
she said. She had always associated that with Sirius, for some reason, likely because his Patronus had been a dog too.
I think it's probably changed by now, though. Can you show us?
Savage asked. Marlene hunted for a happy memory and was unsurprised to find there weren't many of them.
Expecto Patronum,
she murmured, giving her wand a flick. Some silvery mist floated out of the end of her wand, but not much else happened. She focused on her memory harder, but it made little impact. The auras were glancing amongst themselves. This is just embarrassing, she thought, flushing slightly.
No matter, Ms. McKinnon.
No matter? She thought crossly. I don't think so.
Expecto Patronum,
she snapped. The very same lioness she had just seen in the mirror barreled out and roared, soundlessly, before it flickered and vanished.
Very good,
a witch with an eye patch said. Marlene hadn't seen her before, but she had probably recognized the name when she heard it. She looked only a few years older than Marlene herself and so had probably trained with James and Sirius. Marlene chanced another look at Mad Eye and his expression was definitely pitying. She turned her back on him and refolded her legs.
What was the memory? The day my little brother was born,
she said.
You remember it? I was 8. Do you have any other siblings? Yes.
But you would be better off using past tense.
Who? An older brother. Who's your favorite? I loved them equally. Loved. They're dead,
she said flatly.
Parents?
Marlene nodded stiffly and stared at her hands.
Are you glad?
Her head snapped up.
Pardon? Are you glad they're dead? No,
she snapped.
You miss them, then? Obviously. Do you have a husband?
Marlene shook her head.
Partner? Interested are you, Glade?
She asked coolly. Glade flushed. They had never dated, but that wasn't for lack of trying on his part. He had pestered her all through 7th year and she had received a rather humbling insight into what Lily's first 6 years of Hogwarts had been like.
Children? No. Anyone?
Mad Eye asked. Marlene's jaw clenched.
A few friends,
she said curtly.
Who? Alice and Frank. Mary. Neville. Which of them? You've been given a wand,
Mad Eye interrupted loudly. The others looked at him, surprised.
It's only capable of performing one of the 3 unforgivables. Is that even possible? A wand can't be limited to 3 spells. This one is. Facing you, is an enemy. He or she, it doesn't matter which, has a wand too. Both of you are in a sealed room. You cannot flow in or out, or apparate, and your wand, rather obviously, will not allow you to create a port key. In order to escape, you must subdue your opponent. How do you do it? Wandless magic. You can do wandless magic. No,
Marlene said.
You can't use something you don't have,
Proudfoot said.
I don't have a wand limited to using the unforgivables,
she said.
It's hypothetical. So's my ability to use wandless magic. You're an Auror, out on a mission when your partner is rendered unconscious. They won't respond to any spells and there is no one in the vicinity to help you. Without immediate help, your partner will die, but if you leave, the mission is compromised and the target will escape. What do you do? Create a port key to send my partner to St. Mungo's, she said. I'd send a message back to whoever's in charge of the raid or mission or whatever you would like to call it, letting them know what's happened and requesting backup. I'd then engage the target. That's risky. The only life I'd be risking is my own, she replied. You're approached by a known criminal while you're off duty. They want to trade legal immunity for information on another target. What do you do? Take their wand and bring them back to the ministry for questioning. Do you have a criminal record? No. Where are those papers?
The witch with the eye patch said fussily.
Madam Bones said she'd send them. Your parents were Patricia Macmillan McKinnon and Curtis McKinnon, is that correct?
Mad Eye asked, before she could find them.
Yes. Do either of them have a criminal record?
The witch with the eye patch asked, giving Mad Eye a suspicious look as she stopped searching.
No. Does anyone in your family have a criminal record? What family?
She asked.
When was the last time you saw Sirius Black?
Mad Eye asked. I should have known this would come up as soon as I saw you, she thought, glowering at Mad Eye.
This morning,
she said in her frostiest tone yet.
He was in the paper.
Thankfully none of them pushed it.
Say the first thing that comes to mind. Muggle. Harold and Heather,
she said with a sad twist of her mouth.
Witch. Magic. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Broom. Nimbus. Snitch. James. Seeker. David. Azkaban. Sirius.
Several of the Aurors exchanged looks. Marlene could feel Mad Eye's eyes, both of them, on her back.
Gryffindor. Lion. Green. Lily.
Mad Eye glanced at her and then away.
Charms. Flitwick. Dark Arts. Voldemort.
Quite a few of the Aurors made startled noises and the wizard who had asked about her wand fell off his seat. Savage consulted the parchment in front of him, obviously put off by her last answer, and chose a safe word.
Chocolate frog. Card,
she said dully. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Putafoots and Postboxes. Tonks waited nervously. It was the end of her second day as an Auror trainee and they'd be finding out who had made it past the preliminary testing.
This is so exciting,
Tonks said, growing slightly so that she could see over the other trainees' heads. She had passed everything in her practical with ease, she had spent the last 2 months studying for them, and had been reassured by the character testing after speaking with the other trainees. They were designed, she had heard someone saying, to put the trainee on the spot, thus the sudden changes in topic, put them under pressure, thus the large audience, and to trigger an emotional response, thus the personal and often frustrating questions.
I think I'm going to be sick,
Florence said. Tonks noted with concern that she was looking rather green.
At least you managed to keep your shield charm up,
Ben said gloomily. His shield charm had worn off 10 seconds before it was supposed to.
McKinnon.
McKinnon, she hadn't told anyone her first name and no one remembered it, slipped out of the crowd and off to the side, where Moody was waiting. Tonks shuffled back a few steps, eager to learn more about the older woman.
Matt,
she heard McKinnon say back. None of the trainees knew a thing about her because she had kept to herself for the last 2 days, yet everywhere she went, she had Moody's constant attention. Tonks was fairly certain he'd choose her to train.
How've you found it? Fine. Is it hard?
Yes, McKinnon said, sounding surprisingly emotional, though Tonks couldn't for the life of her work out why.
I look at plants and poisons and I can't help but think of.
She took a deep breath.
I remember hearing all the stories of the program and now I'm the one here, when I shouldn't be. It should be them.
McKinnon sounded almost hysterical. Moody looked impassive.
Does it get easier? Not really,
Moody said with a loud sigh.
You just get better at coping. Right, Nymphadora.
Tonks whipped around.
Don't call me that,
she muttered.
It's Tonks. Were you even listening?
Ben asked. Shh, she said, turning back to look at McKinnon and Moody.
You already? There's not much more I can impart on you. It's all right,
McKinnon said.
It'd probably be showing favoritism anyway.
Moody grunted and then lowered his voice, saying something about hit witches.
No,
McKinnon said.
Definitely an Auror, now. Knew you were too sensible for the hit team,
he muttered. He clapped her on the shoulder and limped off. McKinnon watched him, smiling slightly and then spotted Tonks, who flushed and looked away, daring only to watch her out of the corner of her eye. McKinnon's face became impassive. Tonks wondered if she was perhaps an occlumens to have that much self-control, and she joined the crowd of trainees, promptly ignoring Yaxley's attempts to find out what Moody had wanted. While they waited, 3 trainees were singled out by Aurors and asked to leave. Tonks didn't know any of them, they'd obviously been in the other group, but she felt a little sorry for them nonetheless. Then, Aurors started calling names. Yaxley was partnered with an Auror named Lewison, she had looked pleased with that. Laurie Patel and Mary Wright joined with the witch with the eye patch, Macduff was her name. Ben was sent over to an intimidating-looking Auror named Shacklebolt. Florence was paired with Aura Finch, who was also Melvin Clark's mentor. McKinnon was paired with Roberts. Trixie Dale and Wesley Hill were given to Aura Blackburn, and Michael Brown was assigned to someone called Hemsley. More and more of the other trainees were paired off, some had an Aura to themselves, others were paired, and Tonks was growing increasingly nervous when finally.
Nymphadora Tonks,
a growling voice called. Tonks could hardly believe her ears. She was too stunned to even bother telling Moody not to call her Nymphadora.
Come on, Nymphadora, I don't have all day.
He barked.
Sorry,
she said, hurrying over. She stumbled but thankfully didn't fall and extended her hand the moment she reached him.
It's a pleasure to be working with you, sir. None of this, sir, nonsense,
he growled, shaking her hand surprisingly gently.
Find something else to call me. Okay,
she said hesitantly.
Good. Training starts tomorrow. Be at my house at 4. In the afternoon?
She asked, stymied.
In the morning. We'll be visiting a friend of mine.
Moody didn't strike her as the type to have many friends, but she didn't say anything.
4,
he said and then limped away. It was only after he had left that it occurred to her that she had no idea where his house was.
Oh, Merlin,
she muttered. She glanced around, but most of the other Aurors had either left or were busy with their trainees. He's going to kill me. How do I even contact him? Surely someone in the ministry would know, but who should I?
Sorry,
she said, bouncing off someone.
It's all right,
McKinnon said, helping her up.
Sorry. I'm dead clums. You were talking to Aura Moody before, weren't you?
She asked, her eyes lighting up. McKinnon frowned at her.
Why? He's my mentor. I'm Tonks. You're a friend of his, aren't you? I suppose. Do you know where he lives?
McKinnon blinked.
Why? He told me to meet him there tomorrow morning, but he didn't say where, and I thought, maybe since you knew him. I used to know where to find him,
she said.
That was years ago, though. Where?
Tonks asked hopefully. McKinnon shook her head.
If he's still in the same house, I'm a flobber worm. Oh,
Tonks said, disappointed.
Your hair's just gone blue,
McKinnon told her. Amazingly, she looked close to smiling.
It does that,
Tonks said, starting to panic again. She could see her fringe turning a sickly greenish-orange color.
Thanks for trying. Talk to Dumbledore,
McKinnon said unexpectedly.
If anyone knows where he is, it's him. Thank you,
Tonks said, throwing her arms around the other woman.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's yellow,
McKinnon said, picking at a strand of her hair.
How in Merlin's name do you do that? I'm a metamorphmagus,
Tonks said, still beaming.
What did you say your name was?
McKinnon asked again, eyes wide.
Tonks.
McKinnon blinked.
Ted and Andy's daughter. How did you know?
Tonks asked.
I babysat once,
she said, flushing. Tonks cast her mind back, trying to remember but couldn't. She remembered a lot of people coming and going from her parents' house during the war. She remembered Remus Lupin and James Potter well because they, other than Sirius, had been the most frequent visitors. She also had a faint recollection of a red-haired woman and of a rather pudgy man, but not of McKinnon.
Sorry, that's probably not exactly what you want to hear.
I'll bet she knew Sirius Black, then, and probably Remus Lupin too, Tonks thought. She didn't say anything, though. Remus Lupin hadn't minded, but he had been nothing but friendly from the outset, not when McKinnon, who hadn't talked to anyone but Moody for 2 days, finally seemed to be relaxing a little. Tonks forced a laugh.
It doesn't bother me. I'd better go if I'm going to see Dumbledore in time, though.
She said a bit awkwardly. McKinnon looked faintly relieved.
I suppose I'll see you around, then,
she said.
It was nice to meet you again. You too,
Tonks said. She waved goodbye to Florence and Ben and hurried up the stairs and out through the broom-covered entrance. She flew home from the atrium, changed hurriedly. She had to meet Keith in Hogsmeade at 6, and wrote a quick note to remind Mum and Dad that she wouldn't be home for dinner. She had told them, but Mum had a tendency to forget and would worry. She wasted 5 minutes searching for her money bag only to find it under her sleeping cat.
You knew I'd need it tonight, didn't you, you evil little,
Canis hissed and took a sleepy swipe at her ankle. She apparated to Hogsmeade and paid a post owl to carry a brief letter to Dumbledore warning him of her visit and headed up the dark road to the castle. She was pleasantly surprised to find Dumbledore waiting for her at the gates.
Watcher, Professor. I'm sorry to come on such short notice,
she said when she saw him.
Not a problem,
Dumbledore said, beaming.
Shall we head to my office? It won't take long. It's just one question,
she said. Dumbledore inclined his head.
Where does Aura Moody live? I was told you would probably know. You're quite right,
Dumbledore said with a chuckle.
Might I ask why you need to know? Oh, right, sorry. He's my mentor. Congratulations, my dear,
Dumbledore said, beaming.
Thank you,
Tonks said, smiling back.
I'll be sure to notify Pomona. I told her to say I made it in, but not that I've passed the preliminary testing,
Tonks said.
If you could pass that along, that'd be wonderful. Consider it done. Now, as for Alastair, are you familiar with Brighton?
Yes, Tonks said. Dad had done a news story there the summer before last and she had got to go with him.
Just off Albion Hill is a street named Phoenix Rise. You will find Alastair there. How do I know which house is his? There will be an abundance of dustbins out the front,
Dumbledore said with an odd expression.
A simple body bind ought to do it. Brilliant,
Tonks said happily. She wasn't sure what he meant about body binds, but then, Dumbledore had always been a bit strange.
Thank you so much, sir,
Tonks said happily.
Not a problem,
Dumbledore said kindly.
Are you certain I cannot tempt you to stay for dinner? No, I'm having dinner with a friend, actually,
she said apologetically.
Thank you again, sir. I'll pass your message on to Pomona. Enjoy dinner.
With that, Dumbledore swept back inside the school gates, shut them with a tap of his wand and departed with a wave. Tonks, who couldn't be bothered walking all the way back to Hogsmeade, disapparated. She materialized in front of the 3 broomsticks with a quiet pop and glanced around. Loud chatter was coming from inside and lamplight was shining merrily through the windows, but she couldn't see Keith anywhere. A glance at her watch told her it was just after 6. He arrived about a minute later, just as Tonks was beginning to get nervous.
Hi,
she said, waving.
Hey,
he said, hugging her.
You look different. I always look different,
she said cheerfully.
True. So, how was your day? Boring. What about yours? Brilliant,
she said, grinning.
I made it in, and you'll never guess who my mentor is. Who? Mad-Eye Moody,
she said happily.
I've just spent the afternoon trying to find out where he lives. I've got to be there at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's awful,
Keith said. Tonks shrugged.
Auras could be called in at any time, so I may as well get used to it.
He gave her a dubious look.
If you say so. Where do you want to eat? I was thinking Madame Putafoot's. That pink place, with the fairies?
She asked.
Cherubs, actually. Oh.
Until this point, she hadn't quite been sure whether she and Keith were dating. They had gone out several times since school ended, but she hadn't been sure whether it was as friends or as something else, as the flower he had given her yesterday seemed to indicate. This, she was fairly sure, confirmed it. She had never been to Madame Putafoot's, and while Charlie had told her a number of horror stories, leaving her with absolutely no desire to go anywhere near the place, Keith seemed eager and she couldn't bring herself to say no.
Yeah, I suppose. Great.
They chatted on the way down the road. Keith was still working for his local Quidditch team and was having particular trouble with the under-12s.
After you,
Keith said, pulling the door open when they arrived.
Thanks,
Tonks said, stumbling into the room. It was warm inside, at least, though she wasn't a fan of the decoration. Everything was covered in pink or a deep reddish purple and was either frilly, lacy, or heart-patterned. Candles burned on each of the tables, emitting heart-shaped puffs of smoke that smelled suspiciously like flowers. Charlie was right, she thought darkly, forcing a smile in Keith's direction. Cherubs fluttered over to lead them to an empty table, and then a stout woman wearing glittery red robes bustled over with menus. She scanned the menu and picked a dish with an Italian name. It seemed like the least nauseating item, even if it did have heart-shaped pasta. Keith ordered a chicken something and they both ordered some sort of strawberry drink, and then Puda food tottered off.
Isn't it great?
Keith said happily, glancing around the room.
It's certainly not like anywhere I've ever been,
she said.
I take it you've been here before. Once in 5th year with Dawn,
he said.
She really seemed to like it.
Tonks opened her mouth to reply and received a face full of confetti for her trouble. Keith laughed as Tonks spat into her napkin and glowered at the cherub.
So what sort of things did you have to do in the tests?
Tonks happily filled him in, talking excitedly about the physical tests. She had splenched a chunk of her hair and hastily regrown it before her assessor had noticed, as well as the odd questions they'd asked and the mirrors.
I think they're what inspired Snow White,
she said thoughtfully.
Pardon?
Keith asked.
Snow White,
Tonks said.
It's a Muggle fairy tale, and there's this mirror. I've got no idea what you're talking about,
he said apologetically.
That's all right,
she said.
I'll lend you my old Muggle fairy tale book. I'm not reading Muggle fairy tales,
he said, laughing.
I'll just take your word for it. All right,
she said, little put out.
Did I tell you about the under-12s team?
Yes, she said, but he told her again anyway. Their food and drinks came not long after. The drinks were so sweet she couldn't manage more than a mouthful, but the pasta was good, though she was a little disconcerted by the pale pink sauce. They talked about Quidditch while they ate. Tonks was an avid Harpies fan, while Keith preferred the Tornadoes, and endured the Cherubs. Tonks was fairly sure she had accidentally consumed several mouthfuls of confetti by the time she had finished her meal, and her drink had a layer of soggy paper floating on top. Finally, she got sick of the little golden creature and stunned it.
What are you doing?
Keith demanded, looking horrified.
I'll let it out before we leave,
she said, stuffing the cherub in the sugar pot. He gave her a doubtful look but didn't say anything else on the matter. Some time later, Madame Putafoot brought out coffee and bowls of strawberry ice cream, and then Tonks released the thoroughly disgruntled cherub and stood, fishing around in her bag for a galleon.
Nymph, sorry, Tonks, why are you paying? For dinner,
she said, setting a galleon down on the table. He picked it up and pressed it back into her hand.
I'm paying. Don't be thick,
she said.
I'm paying for what I ate. But I want to,
he said, looking injured.
Sorry, what?
She asked, bemused. He took the opportunity to throw his 2 galleons down on the table and steer her to the door.
A gentleman always pays for the lady,
he said as she wrapped her scarf around her neck. Tonks snorted.
I'm hardly a lady, Keith. I'm being polite,
he insisted. She rolled her eyes and tucked her galleon into a spare pocket.
Thank you, then,
she sighed.
but next time, I'm paying.
He laughed as if she had told an absolutely hilarious joke.
What do you want to do now?
He asked. She checked her watch.
I think I should go home, actually. What?
He asked, his face falling.
Why? Well, it's 10 now,
she said reasonably,
and I have to be at Moody's by 4. Can't you stay for another hour? Not if I want to sleep tonight,
she said, stifling a yawn.
And if I don't, I'll be horrendous tomorrow, which won't exactly endear me to Moody. All right, then,
he said grudgingly.
I'll see you tomorrow, then.
Her eyebrows climbed.
Tomorrow? You're not doing anything, are you? Well, no,
she admitted.
I suppose that'll work. What would you like to do? I know this place in Diagon Alley,
he said brightly.
Do you want to meet in the Leaky Cauldron at 6?
Tonks checked her watch again and nodded. She really needed to go if she didn't want a repeat of the OWL incident. She had been so grumpy. She had hexed no less than 7 of her classmates in a day and received 3 detentions, each from a different teacher.
6 is fine,
she said.
It was nice to see you again tonight. I'm already looking forward to tomorrow,
he said. She hugged him goodbye.
See you then.
She disapparated straight to her bedroom.
Nymphadora!
Mum called.
Don't call me Nymphadora!
She shouted back.
What have I told you about apparating into the house? Not to do it,
she said wearily, pulling open her bedroom door to reveal a cross-looking Mum.
Sorry. Don't make me tell you again.
Tonks nodded absently but was fairly sure this wouldn't be the last time it happened.
How'd everything go?
Mum asked.
I made it,
she said, beaming. Mum wrapped her in a tight hug.
And I've been partnered with Moody. Mad Eye?
Mum asked, looking thoughtful.
He trained someone I used to know.
Tonks noticed the slip but didn't say anything.
I've heard he's a bit.
Mum floundered, looking for a word.
Odd.
She said finally, looking pleased with herself.
He seemed all right,
Tonks said, shrugging.
Good, good,
Mum said distractedly.
And how'd your date go with that boy, Kevin? When do I get to meet him? Keith,
Tonks said.
And it wasn't a date.
Well, it was, she amended, but Mum doesn't need to know that. She deliberately left Mum's last query unanswered.
Of course not, love,
Mum said, smiling.
I'll see you in the morning, then. Actually, you won't,
Tonks said apologetically.
Moody said to be at his house at 4. It's not enough that my husband's out and about at all hours with his job,
Mum said, throwing her hands up,
but now you are too. Sorry,
Tonks said sheepishly. Mum harumphed.
I suppose we'll see you at dinner then, Nymphadora. Don't call me that. And no, you won't. It's your name, what do you mean no? It's a stupid name.
Mum folded her arms, eyes flashing.
It's a beautiful name. It's a pure-blood name. You did it to spite your horrible family. I did no such thing,
Mum snapped.
I chose it because I liked it, Nymphadora, and for no reasons other than that. It's a stupid name,
she muttered.
About dinner. Yes,
Mum said sternly.
about dinner. I said I'd see Keith,
Tonks said, waiting for the explosion.
Oh,
Mum said in a completely different tone to the one she had been expecting. She almost would have preferred shouting to the sly smile that had settled on Mum's face.
all right, then. But I want to meet him soon. All right, then.
She repeated incredulously.
That's it. Contrary to what you seem to believe, Nymphadora,
Tonks ground her teeth.
I don't actually want to clash with you about everything. I know that,
Tonks muttered. Mum wrapped an arm around her and gave her shoulders a squeeze. Tonks couldn't help the little smile that plastered itself onto her face, and she wrapped an arm around Mum and squeezed back.
It is a stupid name, though.
Mum took a deep breath in through her nose.
Admit it,
Tonks said, rocking into her. Mum stood and kissed her forehead.
Good night, Nymphadora. Just admit. I thought I told you to clean these up,
Mum said, pointing an accusing finger at the pile of old textbooks on the floor.
I needed them for aura trials,
she said.
Which are over, now. Well, yeah, now they are. I want them put away, in fact, this whole room could use a good clear. Well, I'm exhausted, so I'm going to go to bed now. Good night.
Mum shook her head and continued out of the room.
Love you,
Tonks called after her.
You too,
Mum called back, sounding amused. Tonks flopped back onto her bed, and then a horrible realization crept over her. Mum had brought up her messy room to distract her from the name argument. And it had worked.
Mum!
She cried, outraged.
I said good night, Nymphadora.
This has to be it, Tonks thought, glancing at the house with no less than 4 large dustbins lined up outside the front door. She checked her watch, 5 minutes until she was officially due, and found herself wishing she had stayed in bed for those extra 5 minutes. She lit her wand and headed up the path, impressed with how neatly the grass was cut. She had picked Moody to be fairly untidy. A quiet rattle behind her drew Tonks' attention. She twisted, wand raised, and to her bemusement found she was being followed by a Muggle post box, a post box which had resided innocently on the footpath until now. It hopped after her, clunking noisily.
What in Merlin's, ah!
The post box collided with her and knocked her to the ground. She glanced toward the house, wondering if Moody was behind it, but the windows of the house were dark. The post box was now doing its best to pin her to the path. She shuffled backwards and cast a hasty
impedimenta.
But the spell didn't seem to have any effect. With no other alternative, she rolled out of the way as the post box threw itself down on the ground and landed with a noisy bang. She got to her feet quickly and flicked her wand at it, trying to banish it back to the street where it belonged, but it seemed resistant. She gave up on physically trying to push it back across the yard when it tried to bite her. Only her metamorphmagus abilities saved her fingers by allowing them to shrink an inch. Irritated, she gave it a jab with her wand and transfigured it into a button. It fell to the ground with a quiet ringing sound and proceeded to hop toward her. She picked it up, and while the button squirmed violently, it couldn't escape her fist. She then continued toward the house. She lifted her hand to knock on the front door, but it was pulled open before her hand touched the wood.
You're late,
Moody growled, stepping aside so she could come in. She checked her watch, which said she was only a few seconds late. She smothered her irritation.
Sorry,
she said, passing him the hopping button.
I was caught up.
He limped out the front door and restored it to its usual form and place while she waited in the hallway.
Not bad, he said when he came back. Next time it won't be so easy. That was a test.
Moody smiled faintly and led her into the house. Tonks got the idea that he had just moved in. There were boxes lining the walls of the already narrow hall and stacked into every available corner. They ended up in his sitting room. It was a small room with an air of being half unpacked. There were only 2 couches and rickety coffee table and a bookshelf laden with more boxes than books.
Sit, he said.
She perched tentatively on the couch.
None of that. Put your feet up, or lie down.
She stared at him.
While you're my trainee, you're to treat this house, or any house I'm living with, as your own. You can choose one of the guest rooms and use it when you want. You can use my laundry room and my kitchen, but if you eat something, you replace it.
She nodded, stunned.
You would trust me?
Everything she had ever heard about Moody suggested he was an incredibly private, incredibly paranoid man.
We'll be working together for the next 3 years,
he said bluntly. She noticed he hadn't said yes.
I don't want any of this tiptoeing around each other. You have a question, ask it. You want to say something, say it. Am I clear?
Yes, she said, remembering to leave off the sir at the last moment. She had a feeling, if Mad Eye really was as forward as he was acting, that they'd get along just fine. He left the room and came back carrying 2 cardboard boxes. The first was labeled baby photos and the second dog food/toys. She wondered if she was supposed to help him unpack.
Here.
He shoved the baby photos box into her hands.
I thank you. Open it.
She did. Inside was, as the box's label suggested, a collection of photo albums, frames, and piles of photographs of babies.
Who are they of?
She asked.
No idea,
he said. She blinked confused. Mum was right. He's odd.
Pass the photo album.
She picked it up and the entire layer of frames, albums, and photographs lifted with it. It was all stuck together, like some sort of bizarre sculpture. Underneath it, however, was a collection of files, ministry files if the stamps were to be believed, and articles cut from various newspapers and magazines. Fascinated, she set the album sculpture aside and with a half glance at Moody, who didn't seem to mind, had a quick look at the files.
They're all about Harry Potter and Sirius Black, she said after a moment. They are,
he said gruffly.
On days with AT in them, that's what you'll be doing. So that's Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday, she said. Got it. I like it when I get smart ones,
he said, sounding almost pleased.
There's a search, currently run by Lucius Malfoy. You're familiar with it? Of course.
She had been following the Potter Black search for months.
You're joining. You do everything he tells you to?
Moody said.
And then you report back to me. If anything strange is happening, I want to know about it. If you hear anything about Potter or Black, I want to know the second he does. If they're caught, I want to know where and when, and if you catch them, you bring them straight to me. So I'm like a spy?
Tonks said, her eyebrows raising.
I like it when I get smart ones,
he said again and then leaned towards her.
I don't trust Malfoy further than I can throw him, and at my age, that's not far.
Tonks nodded eagerly.
If I'm a spy, just how secret is this? Do I have to use a fake name, or? You'll present yourself as Theodora Talk. It's close enough that you'll respond to it. As for secrets, this is between us. Anyone asks, you've got no part in the search. On Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays I've got you doing my laundry, or unpacking the boxes in my house. But the ministry. Lucius Malfoy's got the entire ministry in his pocket, right alongside his lacy handkerchief, and I don't like it,
Moody barked.
Until I decide he's got no ulterior motive, I need people to keep an eye on him, and this is a good way for you to get experience in the field. Do you think you can handle it?
Tonks nodded vigorously.
Fridays are entirely dedicated to your training. We'll be spending it in the place we've been for the last few days.
She noticed he hadn't given a location, and wondered if he thought anyone was actually listening. Moody pushed the dog food/toys box toward her. Tonks packed up the baby photos box properly. Moody nodded his approval, before reaching for the other box. This one had a stack of tinned food, an old collar, and a fluffy duck toy that squeaked when she touched it. She grabbed the duck and again, the whole layer lifted out to reveal files. A brief look through told her it was about werewolves, and, more specifically, Fenrir Greyback.
This is my current case, he said, and the reason I can't watch Malfoy as closely as I'd like. On days with an N in them, you'll be with me working on this, or with the other trainees, learning what you'll need to make it in this job. What are we doing today?
She asked.
What is today?
Moody asked, sounding irritated.
Thursday. It's a day with AT. So I'm doing Potter Black things?
She asked.
Already? No time like the present. I'll give you half an hour to establish a look for talk and a few personality quirks, and then we'll go get you a place in your uncle's search.
Half an hour later, Tonks emerged from the small bathroom Moody had directed her to. She peered around the corners into the hallway. Moody had jumped out at her, shouting constant vigilance. Twice while she was getting ready, and she was feeling a bit twitchy. Moody, however, was waiting in the sitting room and nodded in approval when she entered. She was several inches taller than she usually chose to be, with brown eyes and reddish-brown hair. Her nose was straight and not overly long, her face was neither thin or round, she was neither chubby or thin, and she was altogether very plain. She had also changed clothes. Moody had several wardrobes full of every size and style of clothing, Muggle or Wizarding, and for both genders, just in case. She had ignored too obvious paranoia and gone along with it, picking out a set of navy robes.
Name?
Moody said.
Theodora Talk,
she said in a voice slightly deeper than her own.
Blood status? Hal, no, wait, Muggle-born. Favorite color? Would anyone really ask that, do you think?
Tonks asked in her normal voice.
Be prepared for anything. Okay, Blue. Blue? Why blue? Because... I went to Beaux Batons. Pouvez-vous parler français?
He growled.
Is that French?
Tonks asked, making a face.
At least you know that much,
Moody sighed.
You can't get by without French at Beaux Batons, so stick with Hogwarts. Your favorite color can be blue because you were in Ravenclaw. Fine. Play Quidditch? No, I was too busy studying. A bit stereotypical, but it'll do.
He asked her several more questions, her parents' names, what subjects she took, how many NEWTs she received, and then seemed satisfied.
Just remember to stay in character.
She nodded.
Time to go then.
He ushered her through the house, out into the back garden and then offered her his arm. She took it tentatively.
Remember, constant vigilance. If we're attacked upon arrival, conjure a shield charm and get inside. If one of us is killed. I thought you said we were visiting your friend.
Tonks said, alarmed.
You can never be too careful,
Moody said. He twisted on the spot, pulling her with him. He landed easily, but Tonks lost her footing and ended up on her back on the grass, staring at the dark, starry sky and the almost full moon. They appeared to be at the edge of a forest, but looking closer she realized they were only a few yards away from a small cottage. Neat bushes lined the outside walls and some sort of vine had climbed the pale stone exterior, though it had been cut away from the windows. Round white stones rested in the grass, forming a path from the forest, separated from the house only by a low picket fence, to the front door. The front door itself was sheltered by a small extension of the roof, supported by thin wooden beams.
Are you sure they're expecting us?
She asked, glancing at the house. It certainly looked and sounded like its occupants were asleep. Moody ignored her and limped not toward the door, but the window.
What are you doing?
She asked as he flicked his wand. The window opened soundlessly.
There's a door. Never do what you're expected to do,
Moody whispered. He waved his wand several times, chanting under his breath and then snorted.
Mind the bushes.
With surprising agility, he pulled himself through the window and landed almost silently on the other side. I must be mad, Tonks thought before climbing through after him.
Lumos,
she whispered, once she was inside. There was a large, well-stocked bookshelf on her right, and a mantel laden with photographs on her left. 2 couches, an armchair and a table rested in the middle of the room, and a kitchen bench and dining table with 4 seats was on the far side of the room. It was very tidy.
This way,
Moody said, heading to the right, where there was an opening that seemed to lead to a hallway. His leg was almost silent on the wooden floor, and while she made a bit of noise, she tripped over an umbrella stand by the door. They made it out of the main room without much trouble.
And put that light out. They are expecting us, aren't they?
She asked a little nervously, as Moody limped down the hall. Her question was answered when Moody pushed open a door and led her into a dark bedroom, and a soft snore came from the bed. No, she realized, wincing. Moody's friend has no idea we're coming. The bed's occupant was a man, not the little old lady she had half expected after seeing the neat house and garden, but he was so thoroughly cocooned in his blankets that she couldn't tell much more about him. Moody walked around to the side of the bed, leant right over him and roared, "Constant vigilance!" It scared Tonks, so she could only imagine how Moody's poor friend could be feeling. He awoke, starting so violently that he tumbled out of bed. He managed to grab his wand on the way down and fired a spell at Moody that missed by several inches and left a scorch mark on the ceiling. "Fuck," he said weakly. Tonks thought he sounded vaguely familiar and wondered if he was another Auror.
Mad Eye. Do you have any idea how easy it was to get inside?
Moody bellowed.
Is something wrong?
The man said, yawning.
Yes. You've got no protection or warding whatsoever. I could have killed you and you wouldn't even know. Oh, well, if that's all,
he said sleepily, climbing back into bed. Moody tore the covers off and he made a little noise of protest.
Bloody hell!
He said.
What?
Toast, Moody said.
Toast?
The man asked, as if he had never heard of such a thing. "Yes, I definitely know him from somewhere," Tonks though, squinting at him, but she really couldn't make much of him out.
"And scrambled eggs,"
Moody said.
"Get moving." "Sawed off, Mad-Eye,"
he said, rolling into his pillows. Moody flicked his wand and the lamps in the room lit up. The man sat up, looking extremely disheveled, and blinked owlishly.
"Who are you?"
he asked, frowning at Tonks. Tonks could only stare. It was Remus Lupin.
"Theodora talk,"
she said, managing to stifle a cheerful watcher at the last minute. "Theodora didn't do that."
"Remus Lupin,"
he said, sighing. He glanced at Moody.
"What's this about?" "I'll tell you once I've eaten,"
Moody said.
"Toast and eggs, did you say?"
Lupin asked, having obviously realized he wasn't going to get back to sleep anytime soon. He rolled out of bed with a sigh and slipped out of the room in just his pajama trousers. Moody snorted and limped after him. Tonks followed wordlessly, unable to believe what had just happened. She and Moody seated themselves at Lupin's little dining table and watched as he turned on the stove. He walked back down the hallway a moment later.
"If he's gone back to bed,"
Moody growled to himself, but never finished because Lupin came back wearing a thin t-shirt and gave Moody a look that made Tonks think he had somehow heard him.
"Has something happened?"
Lupin asked, waving his wand to send 3 glasses of orange juice over to the table.
"Just need a word with you about Malfoy's search." "And that couldn't have waited until a more sociable hour." "I was hoping you would be a good example to my trainee,"
Moody growled.
"You, Potter and Pettigrew were always the most vigilant and I can't visit them for obvious reasons."
Lupin turned back to the stove.
"Was I a good example?"
he asked a moment later, scratching absently at a large scar on his arm.
"Yes, of what not to do." "Glad to be of service."
Lupin's eyes landed on Tonks.
"Congratulations on making it into the program,"
he said with a genuine, if sleepy, smile.
"Thank you,"
she said in Tonks' voice.
"Mad-Eye's a good mentor. He taught me quite a bit." "You would never know it,"
Moody grumbled. Tonks hardly heard him, but Lupin seemed to, and had a small, somewhat mischievous smile on his face when he turned around.
"I am curious, though,"
Lupin continued mildly.
"About?"
Tonks asked.
"Do you have as much of an aversion to Theodora as you do to Nymphadora?" "I'm sorry, what?"
Tonks squeaked. Lupin gave her a knowing look. She glanced at Moody for help, but he didn't look at her. He had an odd expression, almost fond, yet irritated, on his face.
"I'd forgotten about that,"
Moody said, shooting a glare at Lupin, who seemed to be fighting a smile. Lupin turned back towards the stove and loaded a plate with eggs.
"Yes," he said, "well, constant vigilance, Mad-Eye."
End of chapter.